ready to roll here? Are we ready to roll here? It looks like we are ready to roll, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Kick a Runners podcast, special live edition coming to you from the NCAA Outdoor Track Championships. It's here. It's arrived. The big one. Last 2 years, I was in attendance in person. But today we are coming here live on the airways. Looks like we have everything set up. Hopefully I sound good. Everybody can hear me. We are just minutes away from starting day one here at the NCAA 2026 Outdoor Championships. It is the men's prelims day. Also got a final in there with the 10K. But it is the men's day here, day one, at Hayward Field in Eugene, Oregon, as we are watching a nice montage of track to begin this thing. So as you join in, feel free to drop a comment in the live chat. Just making sure that we've got everything rolling here. It's telling me something went wrong, but I don't think that's true. I think we're good. Just started actually a little early here, which is new for me. But better to be early than late. The first event on the track today is going to be the men's 4x1. It's all men's races today. They alternate between men's days and women's days, but it is going to be mostly men's prelims today with one final in that 10K. 4x1 up first, always a tricky event to qualify in. Everything can come down to that handoff and those multiple handoffs and those exchanges and making sure everything is clean. All these athletes on these teams are lightning fast, but usually it comes down to more of the nuances in the exchanges. So the broadcast has begun here, and I am watching here on ESPN, but we are a few minutes away from the action truly beginning on the track. It looks like the 4x1 is scheduled to go off in 2 minutes. Earlier today, we were live from Oslo, Norway for the Diamond League Bislett Games, as they like to call it. It was a great meet. Cooper Luckenhouse, I think, was the star of the show, winning the 800 over Emmanuel Wanyoni of Kenya. That was a big win for the kid. Right here. So we are just minutes away here from the meet getting underway with the 4x100 relay. And very exciting to see how this will get underway. Let's check out, I believe it's 3 heats of the 4x1 prelim here. So let's see which teams will be in which heat. Looks like the first heat is going to be Sam Houston, Ole Miss, Cal St. Fullerton, East Carolina, Arkansas, South Florida, Arizona, and LSU. I think, all of these teams definitely have a chance of qualifying. The way it works is there are going to be 9 total teams that make the final, and its top 2 in each heat are guaranteed a spot in that 9. And then it will be the next 3 best times between the 3 heats that will advance. So the fastest squad as far as their seed times, let's take a look at that for this first heat. We are looking at, it's all very close here in the 4x1, but it looks like LSU has the fastest seed time fastest season best in this first heat. They are the NCAA number 2, Auburn being the number 1, and they'll be in heat 2. But for heat 1, it's LSU that is the presumed favorite. But as we know, crazy things can happen in the 4x1 with wild exchanges and what have you. All right, and the men are now on the track, ready for this 4x100 meter. They are showcasing the South Florida Bulls right now, saying that they had a strong 4th place showing at last year's NCAA meet. This year, looking to see if they can improve upon that. The first step will be here in the prelim round to advance to the finals, which will be held on Friday. So we are here at the famous Hayward Field, ready to get the track action underway at the NCAA Championships. And they will start things out with a bang in the 4x1. All right, and the men are getting on their marks here for this 4x1. Again, we will go through lane assignments. Sam Houston in lane 2, Sam Houston State. Ole Miss in lane 3. We've got Cal St. Fullerton in lane 4, East Carolina in lane 5, Arkansas in lane 6, South Florida in lane 7, Arizona in lane 8, and the fastest squad in this heat coming in, LSU in lane 9. And they are off. First leg of the 4x100 meters here for the men's semifinal. First exchange looks clean all around, and everybody is going to get through that first exchange smoothly. LSU is on the outside, so they are far ahead of the other runners on the track, but this stagger is going to start to even out here as the third legs are now rounding the turn. As we go into the 4th and final leg, anchor legs receive the baton, and it is LSU on the outside in the lead, with Arkansas advancing. Arkansas going to take the win here, actually, as LSU eases off. Those top 2 teams advance automatically. It's LSU and Arkansas out of Heat 1 for sure. Arkansas winning in a time of 38.32. So that is a fast time there, faster than any of these squads had run this season. Arkansas has to be happy with that performance. As they walk off the track, all business, no celebrations yet. This is just a semifinal, but it always feels good to secure your spot with a big Q. Top 2, Arkansas and LSU, automatically advance. We'll have to see how the remaining 2 heats go to see who will be the 3 teams that fill out that top 9. All right, everybody. So heat 1 of the 4x100 meters has gone off. And it was Arkansas and LSU taking the automatic qualifiers for the final. Heat 2 already on the track. They are moving things here efficiently at Hayward Field. Beautiful Hayward Field. I was there the last 2 years for this meet. To avoid any fear of missing out, I am here live. This year couldn't make the trip, but I am very thankful to be joined by all of you who are here. Kevin 10.D, thank you for opening up our live chat with the first comment of the day. Kevin asks, where do you watch it? I am watching on ESPN, and if you are able to watch on ESPN as well, I fully recommend that you do so. I will take no offense to that. But for those who cannot access the ESPN broadcast, you're in the right place, as I will be providing the highest energy live commentary and reactions in the game right here on The Kick. Feel free to give us a like and a subscribe, though, before you head out if you do end up choosing to switch over to the ESPN stream. I wouldn't blame you. They're able to actually show the race footage. Here on The Kick, we do not have the copyright to do so, but you can always use us as a second screen companion for that main broadcast as we bring that energy, we bring that love for track, and we have a great time in our live chats. We had a super energetic live chat earlier today when we were live for the Diamond League meet in Oslo, Norway. We chipped away at our subscriber goal of 250 subscribers. We are now at 229. We'll see if we can hit 250 today with this NCAA Day 1, where we are about to see Heat 2 of the men's 4x1 taking the track as they introduce the lane assignments here. It's Kentucky in lane 2, Texas in lane 3, Mississippi State in lane 4, Houston in 5, Auburn in 6, Oregon in lane 7, the home Ducks, North Carolina A&T in lane 8, and Long Beach State, a big-time underdog, in lane 9. Let's see who the top 2 qualifiers will be out of this Heat 2 of the men's 4x1 semifinal. Will be underway in just a moment. Danny K 5309 says the Trenton Sandler podcast was very good. I appreciate that, Danny. Shout out Trenton Sandler, great guy. He was great on the podcast. That's our most recent episode with a guest on The Kick. So if you haven't listened to that one yet, it's a great one. Danny, appreciate your comment and appreciate you listening to that one. Glad you enjoyed. The 4x1 here is off. Heat 2. The home team, Oregon Ducks, is in this heat, and they look good through the first leg. All the exchanges, they get through. Not the smoothest. I think this second heat might be slower than the first heat, though. A little bit choppy on these exchanges as we head into the home stretch. And the anchor legs get the baton right now. Oregon fading back. They won't be one of the top 2 teams. Let's see who's it going to be. And it is Auburn pulling away at the end here. They're going to take the win. Who was second? It was close. It looks like Houston might have snagged that second spot here with a strong anchor leg, but the winner is Auburn running a 37.75. They really got going there in that anchor leg. A lot of strong anchors in this second heat of the 4x1. So Auburn secures their bid for the finals in the 4x1. Now, they're saying that this is under review, which is very common for the 4x1. Exchange zones can be very tricky. Unfortunately, disqualifications could be on the table here, so we will have to wait to see the official result here. I don't think Auburn was one of the teams that was caught up in any of the controversy here. So they're taking a look, and we are under review here for Heat 2 of the men's 4x1. Kevin10.d says, thank you, bro. I'll try to come back for the hundreds. Appreciate you, Kevin. Danny K says, I'm ready to watch 800U. Penn State and Nico Schultz dominate. Yeah, Penn State has really become 800U. Cannot disagree with you there. We'll see if all of their NCAA qualified men are able to advance to the finals. It's a stacked 800 this year. I think that is honestly one of the most intriguing events of this meet, that men's 800. So that will be coming up in, let's say, well, you have the schedule up here. For Pacific time, it's at 6:58 p.m. I'm on Eastern time, so that is going to be closer to 10 p.m. But next up, we have Heat 3 of the final heat of the men's 4x1 here. Still awaiting the official results on that second heat. They might honestly run this second heat before they officially mark any kind of disqualifications from Heat 2. But right now, Heat 1 was won by Arkansas, and LSU came in second to also secure a qualification. And in Heat 2, it was Auburn and Houston. So I think those things should hold. Right now, North Carolina A&T, Oregon, and Mississippi State are all little Qs, but they could easily get pushed out from qualification with this final heat. So we'll see how it goes. In just a few seconds here, they will be popping off Heat 3 of the men's 4x1. The Ohio State Buckeyes in lane 5 is who they are showcasing now. In lane 2, it's USC. Lane 3 is Harvard. Lane 4 is Iowa. Lane 5, the Ohio State University. Lane 6, Minnesota. Lane 7, Tennessee. Lane 8, Texas Tech. And lane 9, the Clemson Tigers. And the runners are on their marks now as we are seconds away from Heat 3 getting underway. All right, guys, so the final heat of the men's 4x100 is off and running as these first legs get going here at the historic Hayward Field in Eugene, Oregon. First exchange coming up here, and it is smooth to my eyes. Lane 6 is looking strong. I can't tell exactly what team that is. Is that Minnesota, perhaps? As we go into the third leg, stagger starts to even out. And let's see here. It is Minnesota that misses. Minnesota does not get the handoff off to their anchor after being in a great position to potentially win that heat. So that is a bummer to see, but it is going to be Tennessee who takes the win in Heat 3 here. As I said before, you never know with the 4x1. Things can be looking great, and then things can fall apart. Unfortunately, Minnesota was in a great spot to almost surely advance, and their third leg and fourth leg do not complete the exchange. They're re-showing that moment here now, as that is going to be tough to watch a second time here in slow motion. Oh, it was in his hands, guys. The third leg had the baton in the Minnesota anchor's hands, but he just couldn't secure it, and their hands go on their heads in disbelief. Always really tough to see a moment like that at the NCAA Championships. So much goes into this, but congratulations to the Tennessee Volunteers and the Ohio State University for being the top two teams in that heat, as we will now officially get to see who the top 9 advancing to the final are. It is Auburn, Arkansas, Houston, LSU, Tennessee, Ohio State, North Carolina A&T, home team Oregon sneaks in, and Mississippi State. Those are your 9 teams advancing to the 4x100 meter men's final, which will be on Friday. So a blazing start to this meet here. The NCAA Outdoor Championships are underway. How sweet it is. Angie says, you are great at bringing the drama and detail. Thanks. I want to shout out Angie, one of our repeat viewers here. Always complimentary, and I really appreciate that. Hopefully, I'm able to bring the energy that this meet deserves. I am a little bit biased towards the NCAA meets, considering I just recently was competing in the NCAA myself, and for the last 2 years, I was at this meet working at the NCAA Championships in Eugene, Oregon. So it's very near and dear to my heart. I love it. And I would say that my knowledge of the sport is strongest in the distance events in the NCAA. So hopefully that will translate to me being able to give great commentary here today. So far, so good, I would say. We have 18 people currently tuned in, so appreciate all of you. We are between events right now, awaiting the start of the men's 1500 meter semifinals, an event that I'm really interested in. We're going to see which of these men are going to make the final. All in the Game 01 says, why don't they keep it simple and just let the top 3 from each heat from each semi into the final of each event? You know, I actually kind of agree with that take, because for the men's 4x1, there's no tactics, there's no strategy, there's no sitting and kicking. Everybody's just all out sprinting, so they're not paying attention to the times. So I do think that for the 4x1, it should be just the top 3 from each heat on one hand. But on another hand, if you're in a really stacked heat and you come in 4th and another heat you would have won, they advance their top 3 and you don't get a chance. I do think there is a place for that caveat where if there's a really stacked heat, having some of those qualifiers based on time does make some sense. I don't know. I'm sure that they have debated this many times and they have come to the conclusion that 3 heats, top 2 in each, top 3 remaining times is the best way to do it. I feel like there's always going to be complaints, though, whichever way you do it. It's hard to get it perfect. But at the end of the day, I think nine deserving teams did advance here in this case. So the way the rules work catered to a fair final in this case. All right. After that short commercial break, we are now back at Hayward Field as the men get on the line here for the 1,500 meter prelims. Zaysher says, excellent commentary. Appreciate you, Zaysher. Thanks for tuning in here. Doing our best here, and I think the energy is about to pick up as Simeon Birnbaum takes the track. He is the favorite in this men's 1,500, but first he will have to advance in front of his home crowd here in Eugene, Oregon. The superstar Oregon Duck in front of his home crowd with his signature shades as he takes the line. He will be the favorite, but crazy things have happened where favorites don't advance. So let's make sure that everybody gets through clean. Zaysher says, start me up. Heck yeah, Zaysh. Gotta love our Rolling Stones here on the kick. New album coming out in exactly 1 month. July 10th, Foreign Tongues. The Rolling Stones new album will be coming out. I can't help but be excited about that. But right now we are tuned into track and field. And we've got some legends of the NCAA on the line here, waiting to get underway. We've got Simeon Birnbaum of the home Oregon Ducks. We also have Gary Martin, running's favorite nerd. I have interviewed Gary multiple times in person and also on a podcast representing the Stride Report, and he is a great guy. I actually recommended him my favorite burrito place in Boston after a meet at BU, which is my alma mater, and he said it was better than Chipotle. So I'd say that's a success. And we are underway here in the first heat of the men's 1,500 meter semifinal. And in this opening home stretch, as the 1,500 does start on a backstretch, rather, on a straightaway, it's already tactical. And you can see that these men are already running in a very tactical manner. These distance events in these semifinals and even in the finals at NCAA Championships can be very, very tactical. Slow starts with blazing fast finishes. And let me tell you guys, this is out as slow as you could imagine. They are going to be over 43 seconds, 45 seconds for the first. Oh my gosh. It's not even 300 meters. So they were like 47 seconds through 300 meters. For these guys, that's slow, guys. That's slow. Trust me. They are 65 through 400. I'm telling you. I know these are fast splits in general, but for these guys who are running 350, this is pedestrian. All in the game says, find it so disappointing that the stands at NCAA D1 champs are always so empty at Hayward Field. Can't they fill it with Oregon students and locals? Yeah, that's a good point. I was there the last 2 years for the NCAA championships. The energy is good at Hayward Field. It's just such a massive, massive stadium with so many seats that it does have a tendency to look empty. But on that home stretch, it doesn't feel empty. It does get loud and energetic. I agree with you about getting students there would be nice. You don't really see Oregon students there. But they are wrapping up the school year, and a lot of people have gone home by now. So not all those students are on campus. Plenty of them are, but plenty of them are not. So right now here, we are 800 meters in. It's finally starting to pick up, and it is Simeon Birnbaum leading that charge. So he's the favorite in this event. He's the hometown hero. here in Eugene, Oregon. Simeon Birnbaum, basically a celebrity of the NCAA at this point. He is one of the most. Now let's see what's happening here. Gary Martin's kind of falling to the back. Sorry, got a little distracted there because I do want to see Gary Martin advance to this final. He has to step out to lane 3 here to try to regain position. He's got the wheels. We know he's got the speed, so hopefully he's able to move up here, and he does. He's working his way up to try to get on the shoulder of Birnbaum, but he's got a ways to go. Birnbaum is clearly out and away in the front here. He's got plenty of space to operate. The rest of these men, they are jostling. So here we go. There are 300 meters to go here in prelim heat number 1 here of the men's 1500. Gary Martin does work his way up, and it is going to be Simeon Birnbaum alone at the front, joined by Gary Martin. And the rest of the pack is fighting here to advance. Entering the home stretch, it is all Birnbaum. He's looking around. He's checking how things are going. Gary Martin actually is going to pass him as Simeon Birnbaum eases up going into the finish line. Simeon conserving as much energy as he can. Gary Martin takes the win there. Insignificant, though. What will really matter is the final, but they do advance, which is a relief to see our favorites advance. So it's Simeon Birnbaum, Gary Martin. They advance for sure, and then let's see how the rest of this turned out. It was a jostling battle between the rest of these athletes. So it looked like Brendan Herger, the Michigan athlete, I think he was able to get through clean. I want them to put the results up on the screen here. Let's see. Yeah, so it's Brendan Herger in 3rd. Wisconsin's Matan Irvi in 4th. Thomas Palfrey of Oregon in 5th. Nicholas Plant, Virginia Tech in 6th. Martin Barco of Washington in 7th. So in the men's 1500, it is 12 advanced. So it's the top 5 in each of the 2 heats and then the next 2 best times. So I would say outside of the top 5 here, I don't think anybody is going to qualify, if I'm being honest. Heat 2 knows the time to beat, and I think they will have no problem beating it, as it wasn't a super fast race. They did get going a bit at the end there, got under 340. Looks like the official time was Gary Martin, 338.8 for the win, followed closely by Simeon Birnbaum in 2nd. Then it was Brendan Herger in 3rd, Matan Irvi in 4th, and Thomas Palfrey comes away with the auto cue. So the 2 home team Oregon Ducks secure their spot in the final. But beyond that, I don't think anybody else will be advancing from this heat as we prepare for Heat 2 taking the track next, as these athletes are introduced on the starting line. Brian Kiptum says, we need to see bro. Yeah, it wouldn't be a kick live stream without people wondering why we can't show the race footage. But as you can see on the screen, we have a message here saying race footage cannot be shown due to copyright restrictions. Believe me, I wish I could. I know it would be way more entertaining and interesting, and if I could, I would. We'd get a lot more views in here for sure, but unfortunately the stream would get taken down. It is illegal. So the best we can do is the highest energy live commentary and reactions that we can possibly bring, and that is what I am doing my best to do. Think of it like a radio show with the benefits of some visuals. At least we have some visuals. It's not the race footage, but it's something. And we have a live chat, which you don't have on the radio. So thank you to everybody who has participated in the live chat so far today. We are just moments away from Heat 2 of the men's 1500. Let's catch up with the live chat real quick. All in the Game says, it's so jarring every year watching packed DL meets and packed D1 swim, basketball, and football stadiums, but seeing a relatively empty NCAA D1 champs. Yeah, you know, that's what we're fighting against in the sport of track and field. There isn't a huge spectator fan base showing up to these events. But like I said, I've been at NCAA Outdoor Championships the last 2 years, and when you're there, there is good energy. It's just obviously they're not selling out the stadium. And we are off here for Heat 2 of the men's 1500 meter semifinal. And already you can see in the way that these men are running, they are determined to make this faster than Heat 1. I think we will have 7 qualifiers from Heat 2 here to fill out the top 12. And let's see how that all plays out. Taking a look at our start list, we have the defending indoor mile champion, Carter Cutting of BYU. He upset everybody at the indoor meet, and now he is looking to assert that he is no fluke. We have one of the heavy favorites, Trent McFarland of Michigan. He's in this heat. We've got Princeton's Connor McCormick, Washington's Ruben Reyna, South Carolina's Jawad Kachina, Lipscomb, there's a underdog school there, is represented by Max Hooper. Cal Poly's Chris Caudillo. Arkansas's Brian Masai, he's one of the favorites. Syracuse's Benny Anderson. Elliott Cook of the home Oregon Ducks. We'll see if he can join his 2 teammates in the final who already advanced. George Cootie of Virginia Tech. And Matthew Andrade of New Mexico. So a stacked field here. A lot of big names. Let's see how it all plays out. Right now, it is South Carolina's Jawad Kachina in the lead. And he is making this fast. He is making these guys hurt early. They are approaching 800 meters in, and they are going to be well under 2 minutes for that split. It looks like a 154-ish for 800 meters, as these men are not messing around. And now it is Cal Poly taking the lead. That's Chris Caudillo. So Chris Caudillo leading things with Trent McFarland right on his shoulder. A good spot for the Michigan Wolverine. Carter Cutting is still up there in third. As we approach 1 lap to go, everybody bunching up now, getting ready to make their moves. As they hit the bell, it's Trent McFarland in the lead now. Carter Cutting on his shoulder. Trent McFarland operating in a similar way to Simeon Birnbaum in the first heat. He's just making sure he's got his space at the front, not leaving anything up to chance. Way in the back is George Cootie of Virginia Tech. Will he navigate his way back into the mix here? He's one of the big names here, but he's got some work to do. 200 meters to go. It is still McFarland in the lead. Carter Cutting right on his shoulder. And the rest of these men are all fighting for those top 7 spots. The top 5 are going to be McFarland, Cutting, Chris Caudillo of Cal Poly, Princeton's Connor McCormick. Who else will join these men? Trent McFarland eases up big time going into the finish as he allows the Princeton Tiger Connor McCormick to take the win. Carter Cutting in second. McFarland maintains third. And let's see how the rest of this turned out. 335.8 for the win here for Princeton's Connor McCormick. And it looks like Washington's Ruben Reyna got into that top 5, as well as Syracuse's Benny Anderson. Who got that 6th and 7th place spot? Was George Cootie able to move up? I think he was. George Cootie with a big kick to place 6th or 7th, or maybe he got 8th. It's very tough to tell here. There's also Oregon's Elliott Cook. I think there's only room for one of them between Cootie and Cook. George Cootie and Elliott Cook had a lot of work to do in that home stretch, and I think only one of them will qualify. And it is Cook. So Connor McCormick, Carter Cutting, Trent McFarland, Benny Anderson, Chris Caudillo, Ruben Reyna, and Elliott Cook are your top 7 in Heat 2. George Cootie just out of the money. Brian Masai out of it as well. They do not advance to the finals. Wow. So our men's 1500 final is going to be Connor McCormick, Carter Cutting, Trent McFarland, Benny Anderson, Chris Cadillo, Simeon Birnbaum, Brendan Herger, Matan Irvi, Thomas Palfrey, Ruben Reyna, Elliot Cook. Might have been missing somebody there. I think I named 11. Wow. So the first guy who didn't qualify is George Cootie, the Virginia Tech star. I think a lot of people wanted to see what he would be able to do in the final, but that's just how these semifinals go sometimes. These are all capable athletes. And not everybody can make it. All Pack Track says, hello, Will Loggia. You have a great voice for this. Let's connect after the meet or early tomorrow. Appreciate you for that shout out. I will look into connecting when I am done with this live stream. Appreciate you, All Pack Track, for your comment. Thank you for joining us here on our live stream. We are live for the 2026 NCAA Outdoor Championships. We will be live today, tomorrow, the next day, and the next day. So feel free to tune in, drop in anytime, leave a like, share it with your track friends, because we are live for the duration of the track events here at the 2026 NCAA Outdoor Championships. And our goal is to hit 250 subscribers by the end of the night tonight. We are at 232 right now. So subscribe if it's your vibe. It's free to do. It takes next to no time, and it goes a very long way in helping our channel and podcast grow. So appreciate those of you who have done that thus far today. All right, we are on a commercial break here, so let's take a look at the schedule of what we have coming up after that thrilling men's 1500 meter semifinal. Obviously, some heartbreaking moments there where some athletes don't advance, but that is how it goes. Not everybody can make it. And that's just the reality of running in rounds as you do at the NCAA Championships. So taking a look at the schedule here, as you have on your screen, you can see that the 3000 steeplechase semifinal is up next. That will be going off in just 1 minute. So when we return from this commercial, I think they won't waste any time in getting those athletes out of the gates. Thank you to everybody who has tuned in thus far. We had 3,000, more than 3,000 total viewers earlier today for our live stream of the Oslo Diamond League Bislett Games. We reached peak viewership during Cooper Luchtenhaus's 800-meter world lead run. No surprise there, it was electric. So thank you to those of you who joined us then, and thank you to those of you joining us now here for the NCAA Championships as we return to the track at Hayward Field. Men's 3K steeplechase semifinal heat number 1 about to get underway as they introduce these athletes here on the start line. Unfortunately, James Corrigan, one of the stars of this event, did not advance to the national championships this year. I was bummed to see James not make it here. I actually have a bit of a history with James. We were on the same official visit together at BU, where I ended up going. He ended up attending BYU, but we had a great time that weekend at Boston University visiting the school. Unfortunately for us Terriers, we did not end up landing him as a recruit, but the rest was history for him with the BYU squad, setting records, winning national championships. And it was nice to reconnect with him last year at NCAA's when he won his 3K steeple title. But this year, it's not in the cards for Corrigan. He won't be contesting for a national title this time around. But that leaves the door open for a new champion. And we will see how that all plays out starting now with this men's 3K steeple underway as these men get off to the races in Heat 1 of the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. So, some of our participants here in this first heat are Brian Bowler of Princeton, Riker Holtzen of Wyoming, Titus Kamaru of Texas Tech, Matteo Bianchi of Boston College, the enemy, the Eagles. Sorry, that's the BU in me speaking. But Brett Gardner of Virginia is one of the favorites in this event. He is currently in the lead. We've got Nathan Davis of Army West Point. Shout out to the Patriot League. I was in the Patriot League at the same time as Nathan Davis, so it is good to see Nathan having success here and being a representative of Army West Point at the national championship. Isaac Briggs of Washington, the sophomore, will be contesting the 3K steeple here in Heat 1. Christian Imroth of Eastern Kentucky. Salas Kiptanu, I'm sorry if I'm getting that wrong. Salas Kiptanui of Tulane, Green Wave. He'll be representing here. He is wearing a full green kit with a green hat to top things off, so can't miss him. The sophomore from Tulane. Then we've got Laban Kipkemboy of Oklahoma State. We've got Luke Knepp of Iowa and Peter Visser of Weber State. So it looks like it is going to be, well, Brett Gardner slides back into third after leading early, and it looks like now it's going to be Titus Kamaru of Texas Tech wanting to lead things here early. All right, men's 3K steeple Heat 1. Everybody's still in this here. Everybody getting over these barriers nice and smoothly right now. Love to see that as they approach another water jump. And everybody gets through that smoothly. And we have a new leader here. And that looks like it is... Oh, they just cut to commercial break mid 3K steeple. They often do this during distance events, so we are on a commercial during this men's 3K steeple Heat 1. So we will await them to return so that we can get back to our live commentary. Checking back the live chat. Doesn't look like I've missed anything. Feel free to get that live chat going. Get it popping. I will do my best to engage with all of your comments in the live chat, especially at moments like this when we are on commercial break. You know what? This gives me a chance to check the score of the NBA Finals game between the Knicks and Spurs. It's Game 4 at Madison Square Garden. And it looks like the game is just getting underway. No score yet. But who is following the NBA Finals? Let's hear it from you in the chat. It's a great series so far. Very competitive between the Knicks and Spurs. So interested to see how that will all play out. Big Game 4 here tonight in New York City. But back to track and field. We are here at the NCAA Championships in Eugene, Oregon at the historic Hayward Field. And we are in the middle of the first heat of the men's steeplechase semifinal. But we are on commercial break, so we don't really know what's going on. Unfortunately, they do cut away from some of the longer distance events. I'm sure we're going to have to deal with that later in the men's 10K, which is unfortunate because that is a final tonight in the men's 10K. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing if anybody can even contest Habdom Samuel, who I think is really just the standalone favorite in that event. All right, well, hang tight with us here, guys. As soon as the men's 3K action returns to my screen, I will return my live commentary reactions to your screen. And there's another commercial. Man. In the meantime, guys, get the live chat popping. All in the game says winner of game 4 going to win the series. I actually think that the winner of game 4, as we return to action here in the steeple, it's Brett Gardner back in the lead here for UVA. But yeah, I think the winner of game 4 in the NBA Finals is going to have a very good chance of winning. Because if the Knicks win, they're up 3-1. If the Spurs win, they tie things up 2-2 going back to San Antonio with all the momentum. So yeah, I think game 4 is extremely important, and it could be the, real turning point of this series in one direction or another. All right, so while they were on commercial break, I've discovered that there was a fall, which is exactly why the commercial breaks mid-event are so frustrating. It was Wyoming's Riker Holtzen, which I believe he was one of the bigger names in the event, a guy that a lot of people are excited for. Not a favorite to win or anything, but he's totally out of it now. So it would have been nice to see that live, but looks like he is still running. So hopefully he's not injured or anything, but he is like 100 meters behind the pack. So it would be very difficult for him to get back into this thing. The only way I could see him getting back into it after a fall like that would be if they, for some reason, make things tactical and really slow down, but that's not super likely at this stage of the race. We are 7 minutes into heat 1 of the men's steeple as the leaders go over a water jump here. Brett Gardner of UVA in the lead, but getting passed now by 3 men. He looks good. He looks like he is making a decisive decision. It's a little redundant. Making a decisive move to allow these guys to pass him, and he will trail right behind them. So it's Tulane's Salas Kiptanui in the lead. He's got the backwards green hat with his full green wave kit. So we will see how it develops here as they head into the final lap. Final lap here in heat 1 of the men's steeplechase semifinal. Christian Imroth of Eastern Kentucky takes the lead. He's looking strong. And let's see how their final water jump will go here. It is Imroth of Eastern Kentucky in a commanding lead now, followed by Tulane's Salas Kiptanui. They will be 1-2 almost definitely. Let's see how the rest of these athletes finish. It will be important as the top 5 in the heat automatically advance. Brett Gardner of UVA looks like he will get a spot. And he is joined by Titus Kamaru of Texas Tech. So those are 4 definite qualifiers. Let's see who else gets it. As the winner of Heat 1 runs 8:26, Salas Kiptanui, followed closely behind by Eastern Kentucky's Christian Imroth. They are currently re-showing the final water jump. Looked like it was pretty clean. It looked like Nathan Davis of Army, my old Patriot League guy, might have gotten a spot at the end. It's going to be close. Definitely hoping he did, and he does. So, former Patriot League member, I'm very proud to see Nathan Davis of Army West Point come in 5th place. So your top 5 auto qualifiers are Salas Kiptanui, Christian Imroth, Titus Kamaru, Brett Gardner, and Nathan Davis. The top 12 will advance, so the next 2 best times will be in the final, but we'll have to wait and see for Heat 2. Usually, those next 2 best times do come from Heat 2 because they know the time to beat. Congrats to the 5 auto qualifiers, including Army West Point's Nathan Davis. Excited to see him in the final. That will be cool. So Heat 1 of the men's steeple is in the books. And we are awaiting heat 2 of the men's steeple. All right, guys, so I'm just double checking now as we are in between heats of the men's steeple. The Knicks and Spurs have gotten underway for game 4. So if you're a basketball fan, honestly, if you're a big basketball fan, you're probably not tuned into this live stream for the NCAA championships for track. But hey, if you care a little bit, I will be updating little by little throughout this stream as that game gets underway. Spurs are off to an early lead, which really doesn't matter, but they are up 7-2 early. So we'll keep an eye on that. All right, guys, so just awaiting the start of heat 2 of the men's steeplechase here. They should be underway in just a moment as they introduce the athletes on the track. Geoffrey Kirwa is one of the favorites. He was second place last year in this event, so without James Corrigan, he could be the favorite. Excuse me. All right, we are back, and the men's steeplechase heat 2 is about to get underway. All right, guys. Still introducing the athletes here. Okay. Nathan Mountain of UVA looking to join his teammate who qualified from Heat 1. And we are off. We are underway. 2, or I believe 1 Oregon Duck is representing the home team here. And we've got a North Dakota Fighting Hawk in this second heat. And we are a little biased here on the kick because we had his teammate on the women's side, Jaden Keeler, on the kick in one of our most listened to podcasts here on the kick. She's competing in the 10K and 5K at this national championships. She is a great story, a Canadian big-time underdog for a small school like University of North Dakota. So cool to see Fanucci of North Dakota representing on the men's side here in the men's steeplechase. So we'll keep an eye out on Fanucci to see if he can get a spot in the finals. But early on here, it is Colorado's Cole Matheson who is in the lead here. So the Colorado athlete, Cole Matheson, looking to make this thing fast. He is already opening up a gap on this field. Nobody is going with him. Kipnagok of Kentucky is looking around like, hey, is anybody going to go with the leader here, as he kind of is caught in no man's land between the chase pack and the leader. And it looks like the chase pack will start to try to chip away at this lead to not let him get too far ahead. We already did have a stumble in this over the first water jump. It wasn't a fall, but one of the athletes literally ran into the barrier. Like he just didn't jump. He just ran into the barrier. So it was a little bit surprising to see. I guess he realized that he wasn't jumping in time and he just kind of stopped himself, but he did get over the barrier and continue running. I'm not exactly sure who that was. But interesting, not something you see every day. So it is still Colorado's Cole Matheson in the lead here, looking to be all alone at the front. Kentucky's Kipnagok. Oh! And no sooner that I call it out, Colorado's athlete runs into the barrier himself, and now he moves back. So Cole Matheson had been leading this thing for the first few minutes, and then he just runs into a barrier. I mean, this is strange. I've watched enough steeple to know that a lot of falls happen, but it's usually like a trip and a fall. And this is better, I guess, but he just ran into the barrier. He kind of stopped himself with his hands and then climbed over. I think it's a timing thing. But Cole Matheson is going to move to the back of this pack here after that bit of a roadblock he literally hit there. So we'll see if he's able to work his way back into the race, as Matheson was clearly intending on leading this thing. So his race plan goes out the window a little bit here, as he has a bit of a roadblock that causes him to work back from the back. And you guessed it, guys, they are back to commercial here during Heat 2 of the men's 3K steeple, just as they did during Heat 1. What are you going to do? Hopefully they'll be back soon. We'll definitely see the last couple laps of this 3K steeple. For now, would love to hear from you in the live chat. It's free to comment. If you have YouTube account, you should be able to comment. Just navigate to live chat, and I'd love to hear from you. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. Subscribe if it's your vibe. Leave us a like so that more people can find our channel and our live stream and our podcast. You know, the more likes you give, YouTube will recommend our live streams to other track fans, and that would be a great thing. So it's free to do, and it only takes just a second to hit that thumbs up. We currently have, I believe, let's do an update here. It usually takes a second to refresh. We have 8 likes and 20 people watching. So you know what that means. We've got 12 likes on the table here. Would appreciate your like, but enough about that. I've got to earn it. I've got to provide worthy commentary of your attention. So I will do that as soon as they return to the action here at Hayward Field. As the commercial, hopefully this is the last one wrapping up. And it is. We're back to Hayward Field. So men's 3K, let's see if anything has changed since the break. It looks like Colorado's Matheson is working his way back up, but he's not in the front. They're actually going to re-show him running into the barrier earlier. Just fascinating. So he's running up, gets way too close, kind of trips into it, and then just presses his body up against it. I don't know how that happens, but steeple's a tricky event. Timing is everything. He's moved back up into 7th place, but he had to work hard to do so. So we'll see what kind of energy he has going into the later laps, as we are 6 minutes in to this second heat of the men's steeple. The hometown hero, Oregon Duck Benjamin Belazis, probably butchering his last name. I know him. I know he's a good, obviously he's good, but I know he's one of the favorites in this event. He is up there in 3rd. So we'll see how he's able to close. Our favorite underdog in this one, the University of North Dakota's Fanucci, is fighting to stay with this lead pack. So we'll see what he's got left to try to get a spot in the final. Pretty bunched up here, though. A lot of guys with a chance. Presumably the top 7 in this heat will advance as long as they are faster than the first heat. And I think that they will be. Lead pack is really like 10 guys, honestly. Only 2 athletes, I would say, are out of this race at this point. So it is going to be a battle as we approach the bell lap here. Final lap of Heat 2 of the men's steeplechase. And it is the representative of the Oregon Ducks, Benjamin Belazis, taking the lead. Taking control on his home track. He knows it better than anybody, and he says, hey, this is my house. This is my turn. I'm making sure I get this qualifier to the final. So he looks good out in front. Behind him, it's Kentucky's Kipnagok. But it is all Oregon at the front here with Benjamin Blassis in the lead. Let's see how the rest of this turns out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seventh place right now, fighting for sixth, is Fanucci of University of North Dakota. Would love to see him advance. And he might. He is currently off the screen. Oregon eases off and lets Kipnagok of Kentucky take the win, conserving energy through the line. And I think Fanucci got there. So for big fans of the kick, you know that we are supporters of University of North Dakota because we had their star on the women's side on the show, Jaden Keeler. She'll be in the 10K and 5K for this meet. We had her in an episode that is one of our most listened to on the show, a fan favorite, and rightfully so. So let's take a look at who the top 12 advancing to the final are for this men's steeplechase. Hopefully they will put that on the screen shortly where they combine Heat 1 and Heat 2. So the men's steeplechase semifinals are in the books, and we will have the top 12 advancing in a moment. And here it is. Collins Kipnagok of Kentucky with the fastest overall time. He'll be advancing. Then it's Benjamin Blassis, Geoffrey Kirwa, Josh Ruto, Nathan Mountain, Fanucci of North Dakota, Bismack of Alabama, Emmett Garez, and they took it off the screen before I could finish all the qualifiers. How fast of a reader do you think I am, ESPN? Brett Gardner, Nathan Davis, just off of memory, but they are currently, they had to get to the interview quick with, who are they going to interview here? I think it is one of the field athletes. Perhaps a jumper? No, it is going to be somebody from the 3K steeple, and that is Kirwa. It's a worthy interview as he was the runner-up last year in this event. Coming in second place to James Corrigan, representing Louisville. So Kirwa going to be interviewed here. He's definitely a favorite going into the finals. All right, so 12 qualifiers for the men's steeple. I think I named everybody except for Christian Imroth of Eastern Kentucky, Salas Kiptanui of Tulane, and those fill out your top 12. So a men's steeplechase in the books, and you know what that means, everybody. Hurdles are going on the track, and we are going to have the semifinal of the 110 hurdles coming up in just a few minutes. We go to commercial break here on the ESPN stream that I'm watching, and that gives us a chance to check back in with the NBA Finals. San Antonio Spurs are up 10 early in the game here, up 22-12. Let us know in the comments, are you an NBA fan, and who are you rooting for? I know you're all track fans. If you're here tuning in with the kick, I know you're a fan of track and you're a fan of running, so well, it just stands to reason that you would want to subscribe. So hopefully you do so. We are trying to get to 250 subscribers tonight. We are at 233 right now. I think it's possible. I think we will reach more viewership when we get to the men's 10K, as that is a final. It is the only final being contested in today's day one. Men's day one. So we'll see. And we are over an hour into this live stream, so I want to thank everybody for joining. Let's see. We have had 438 total viewers tune in and out so far, and we have currently 17 people watching, so thank you to the 17 of you who are watching. During these commercial breaks, you can make these moments a lot more entertaining for both of us if you leave a comment in the live chat. I will be sure to engage. So feel free to do that. And we can keep the energy going, because right now all we've got is commercials in between events. And that's a little bit boring. Checking in on that NBA Finals game, though. Still a 10-point lead for the Spurs. They're up 10. Thank you to whoever just subscribed. Appreciate you. If you are new here, we do live streams like this a bunch, but we also have 20 phenomenal podcasts with guests from every corner of the sport. If you look through the list of podcasts that we have done, I guarantee you there's a name that you are interested in and a story that you will be interested in hearing. All 20 of them unique, all 20 of them people and athletes that I learned a lot from. And it's been an honor to talk to them and then share their stories and their perspectives with an audience. We recently had Trenton Sandler on the show, who is no stranger to sharing his story with an audience. He is a big time track influencer, YouTuber. So for those of you who know Trenton Sandler, he was our latest guest on the podcast. Great episode with him. So check that out if you haven't already. We're on YouTube here, obviously, but we're also on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. If you can leave us a rating and review there, it takes next to no time and it's free. All right, so they are back on the track here, and we are moments away from the 110 hurdle semifinal rounds. So it'll be interesting. Sorry, I'm on the East Coast. It's a little later here. Getting a little tired, but we will power through. Yeah, so 110 hurdles coming up next. Wow, we've got, I'd like to believe that it is the real Mr. Beast, but I like the handle that you're using. Mr. Beast one says, "What event are you most looking forward to this weekend?" Oh, I'm biased. I'm biased because I have a friend, a good friend of mine who's competing. She was my teammate at Boston University, Vera Huaberg. She is from Sweden, and she is in the women's 5K, representing University of North Carolina now. She's doing her grad year there. But last year she was here representing Boston University, and I was there cheering her on. She came in second, so by less than a second. So I know she's hungry to try to go after a national title. So really excited for Vera. So yeah, I'd say women's 5K is the event I'm looking most forward to, but I am very biased. I'm looking forward to a lot of events. Definitely looking forward to all the events that we have former guests on the kick competing in. So we've got Sophie Novak is honestly the favorite to win the women's steeplechase. So excited to see her. She's actually our most listened to podcast episode here on the kick. And I actually met her at Nationals a couple years ago, and we became friendly then. And then it just made sense to have her on the podcast. And I said, look, just getting going. She was the first woman to ever be a guest on the kick, 3rd episode overall, and the rest is history. That is the most listened to podcast episode on the kick. And then excited for Jaden Keeler. She's in the 10K and 5K, as well as Elizabeth Whaley, who we recently had on the show. She is representing Wake Forest in the 1500 meters. So that's my long-winded answer, but as you can see, I'm just really excited for all the events. Mr. Beast 1 would love to hear what you are most looking forward to. Thank you for your kind words on the episode with Trent Sandler. Glad you enjoyed that. Cody Mills says, thoughts on Cooper running 142.08. Yeah, my thoughts are blown away. World lead in the 800 by Cooper Leckenhouse. We were actually live here on the kick for that event. We were going crazy here. The live chat was popping off. I was going crazy. But seeing him do that was honestly just a reassertion that you cannot sleep on him. He might be a high schooler, but he is one of the best 800 meters 800-meter runners in the world, if not the best. Taking down Wanyoni was huge, and that was awesome to see. Heat 1 of the 110 hurdles now underway, and it looks like the athlete from Texas is off to a good start. Let's see how that turns out. Kendrick Smallwood, I think he's one of the favorites in this event. He'll take the win in the 110 hurdles Heat 1. So I'm not as familiar with the sprints and the hurdles and things like that. More of a distance background guy, but I do know that Smallwood is a favorite. So good to see the Texas junior have a clean run in his semifinal heat. He'll take the win in 13.02, get the auto Q. Top 2 in each heat get the auto Q, so he'll be joined by Braxton Brand of Ohio State, of the Ohio State University, excuse me. So it is Smallwood and Brand advancing automatically to the finals of the 110 hurdles. We'll see how the rest of the heats pan out. There are 3 heats of the men's 110 hurdles. That was heat 1. Yeah, there has been a lot of love for our recent podcast episode with Trenton Sandler. Not a surprise there. He's a great guy and he's a big name. So a lot of people who are fans of his came to watch our podcast. So that was really cool. And hopefully listeners of our podcast who might not know about him were able to go subscribe to his great channel. But yeah, that podcast is on pace to maybe become the most listened to in our history. But right now, Sophie Novak's episode holds that title. Guys, checking back in on that NBA Finals game, San Antonio Spurs are dominating. They're up 34-19. It's just the first quarter, but it's a good early lead. Good early statement for those Spurs. So if you're a Spurs fan, you're happy with that. If you're a Knicks fan, you're a little bit nervous that you're going to let this series get tied 2-2 going back to San Antonio. But enough on that basketball talk for now. We've got Heat 2 of the men's 110 hurdles on the track now. So they have just wrapped up introducing the athletes for this second heat of the men's 110 hurdles. Malachi Snow, I know, is a big name. He won the Big 12 110 hurdles title. So the Texas Tech athlete will be definitely a contender, but he'll have to advance to the finals first. What events are you guys most looking forward to this weekend? Mr. Beast 1 asked me what I was looking forward to, but I'd love to hear what you're looking forward to. Leave it in the live chat. Would love to hear from you. All right, they're taking their sweet time here for Heat 2 of the men's 110 hurdles to get this thing underway. Demario Prince of Baylor is in this one. Jacoby Tharp of Auburn is in this one. So I think Jacoby Tharp and Malachi Snow are the 2 favorites to advance out of this heat. So let's see if that ends up happening. Little bit of a quiet start to our live chat here today. That's okay. That's okay. We've had live streams get more lively as it gets going. And I know it's mostly a prelim day here, so it's okay. We've got the men's 10K final coming up later, and hopefully we get more animated for that. But I'm going to get some polls going in the chat to try to stir things up. But we are off to the races here in Heat 2 of the men's 110 hurdles. And it looks like it is Auburn out to a commanding lead here. Auburn's Jacoby Tharp, who I called it, and I don't know much about hurdles, but I called it. I said he'd be one of the people to advance. He is absolutely ecstatic about that win. Did he set a record or something? He's going absolutely nuts. You don't generally see records set in the semifinal rounds, but maybe Jacoby Tharp just did something crazy. He runs 12.75 in the 110 hurdles, heat 2. I mean, 12.75 is a ridiculously fast time. Anything under 13 is ridiculously fast. I think only one guy in the NCAA was under 13 this season, but 12.75 is significantly under. So yeah, he did just do something crazy. Jacoby Tharp in the semifinal round, heat 2 of the men's 110 hurdles, runs 12.75. And that is a collegiate record, guys. Apologies for my lack of knowledge of those records in the hurdle events, but he just took down Grant Holloway's record from 7 years ago. We all know Grant Holloway, the best in the business. Well, Jacoby Tharp just took down the collegiate record that Grant Holloway set at Florida. Previous record was 12.98, and Jacoby Tharp just destroyed it with a 12.75, and that's why he was so shocked coming off the line. So we just witnessed an NCAA record in a semifinal round. Jacoby Tharp of Auburn runs 12.75 in the 110 hurdles to take down the legendary record from Grant Holloway. And let's catch back up with the live chat as we are popping now in the live chat. Oh my gosh, Mr. B says he thinks it's a world record. All in the Game thinks it might be a world record. Guys, did we just see a world record? Did we just see a world record in a semifinal heat of the 110 hurdles? Cody Mills says world record. Thank you to everybody chiming in here to confirm it via the live chat. We just saw a world record go down. I mean, he's still celebrating. He is all smiles. Jacoby Tharp, yeah, they just confirmed it on screen. World record. So I don't have like the audio on because I have a way. It's on my TV and I don't want to have the audio bleed into our live stream because that's copyright. Could get taken down. So I haven't been hearing. I'm sure they've been saying that it's world record the whole time. But it took me a little while to figure that out. Thank you for confirming that in the live chat. You guys are the best. Haraz says, yes, it is a new world record provided the wind is legal. I mean, they're saying world record on the broadcast. I don't know necessarily that it's wind legal yet, but I mean, come on. I mean, who said the day one prelim day doesn't see outstanding results, guys? We just saw a world record in the 110 hurdles from Jacoby Tharp. And he is going absolutely crazy. He's going, me? Me? Did I just do that? Yes, you did, Jacoby. Wow. He's still in shock of what he just threw down. How cool is that? To set a world record, guys, in the 110 hurdles in a semifinal round of an NCAA meet. That is major. Thank you to everybody who is chimed in the live chat to help us confirm that. I'm glad we were all able to enjoy this mind-boggling result together. Heat 3 is about to take the track, and they're all like dumbfounded about what just happened. Yeah, the world record was just set in their event. That's insane. Where were you when Jacoby Tharp set the world record in the 110 hurdles in the semifinal heat of an NCAA championship? I know where I was. I was right here, live on the kick with all of you wonderful listeners. Appreciate you. All in the Game says, will need to regather himself emotionally for the final. Yeah, I mean, this is a huge high, but he'll have until Friday to reset his mindset on the final. I mean, he's got to be the favorite, right? He just set the world record. And he clearly just has the talent to be able to run away with it. But hurdles are a little bit different than running events in the sense that small mistakes can be extremely costly. I mean, they can be in running too, but it's very hard to get away with it in such a technical event like the hurdles. My goodness, guys, we just saw a world record go down. Whew. Whew, we just saw a world record go down. Jacoby Tharp. Moo Smooth says pink bandana. We've got an Oregon athlete who's wearing pink gloves in this third heat as they take the line. That's Kai Graves Blanks, the Oregon Duck, lining up in lane 3. So we have the third and final heat off to the races now. Mr. B says he destroyed the record. Yeah. I mean, 12.75 is ridiculous, guys. I didn't even fully fathom how ridiculous that is, as I'm not as familiar with the sprint events and hurdle events, but that was ridiculous. Heat 3 won't be quite as fast, but it is... Oh, somebody stumbled at the end who had a chance of qualifying for sure. It's going to be Jason Holmes of North Carolina A&T who takes the win in Heat 3 in 13.17. So Jason Holmes of North Carolina A&T taking the win in that third heat. And in just a moment, we will have a finalized version of the qualifiers from all 3 heats. Who was it here that stumbled at the end? I can't tell. All right, so Bradley Franklin of Samford secured an auto queue in that heat as well with his second place finish behind Jason Holmes. Oregon's athlete Kai Graves Blanks will not be qualifying. He was back in 7th. Let's get the overall qualifiers for this 110 hurdle. Okay, so advancing to the final, it's of course Jacoby Tharp, who just set the world record. My goodness. Kendrick Smallwood, Demario Price will be advancing as they cut to commercial. Not giving me enough time to read off these qualifiers, so I will go to my second source here. All right, it's Demario Prince of Baylor in 3rd. Braxton Brand, Jason Holmes, Andre Korbmacher, Bradley Franklin, Matthew Sophia, and Zach Extony. Those are your 9 who will be advancing to the finals. Jameer Brown of Syracuse, the first one out, just misses it by a 1,000th of a second. That's how it is sometimes in these sprint events. But next up, we have the men's 100 meters. All in the Game says, did Jaquelon Scott of Texas A&M qualify? I don't think I just read that name, did I? So I don't think he did, but let me just make sure I confirm that with you. Yeah, no, he did not, unfortunately. Jaquelon Scott of Texas A&M does not advance. He ran 13.45, and the last qualifier in was a 13.36. So Jaquelon Scott, unfortunately, does not make the final. But the big story here in the men's 110 hurdles is perhaps something we never thought we would see in a semifinal event at an NCAA championship, which is a world record. As Angie says, had to focus at work, came back to a world record. Who and what? That's right. It was Jacoby Tharp in the 110 hurdles running 12.75 for a ridiculous world record. I mean, come on. Jacoby Tharp of Auburn runs 12.75 to set the world record out of semifinal Heat 2 of the men's 110 hurdles at the NCAA championships. So, Angie, I'm glad you were able to return to the live stream to get that news. It is pretty crazy. Mr. Beast 1 says, I have a feeling these 100 meters will be fast. 9.7. Maybe do a poll on the fastest time. I got you, Mr. Beast. You may not be the real Mr. Beast, but I got you. 9.7 would be really fast. So what will be the fastest 100-meter time in semifinals? Will it be faster, or will it be 9.7? Will it be 9.8? Will it be 9.9? 10. All right. Wasn't exactly sure how to format that poll, but I think it gets the point across on how fast you think the fastest 100-meter time will be in these semifinals. We've got a bold prediction from Mr. Beast, I think it was. Yeah, Mr. Beast saying maybe 9.7. That'd be crazy, but could happen. I mean, we just saw a world record go down in the 110 hurdles, so anything can happen. Kevin 10 says, finally back for the hundreds. Well, Kevin 10, we're happy to have you back for the hundreds, which are coming up in just a minute here. But you did miss quite the craziness in the 110 hurdles. I'm sure you saw the result by now, but it was a world record. Jacoby Tharp of Auburn runs 12.75 for an insane world record. I didn't even realize it at first, but our Kick live chat here, the best live chat in the game, was able to confirm that, and we have been celebrating and having our minds blown ever since. But the men's 100 meters is finally here. The meet record and NCAA record is Christian Coleman, who ran 9.82 for Tennessee in 2017. So if we do see a 9.7 get run here, that will be a new NCAA record. Objectivity says, where's the championship being held again? Asking for a friend. It's Eugene, Oregon at Hayward Field. So the Oregon Ducks are the host, as they have been the last few years. I was actually there in person the last 2 years for the NCAA championships. I did vlogs on my personal YouTube channel of that experience. So definitely check that out if you're interested. But I worked there in the media zone for the last 2 years, and that was a blast. So definitely miss it. It's great out there. It's a great place for fans of track. But yeah, this year we are remotely tuning in and live streaming here on the Kick, which is the second best thing. So Heat 1 of the men's 100, we'll see Joshua Onwunili of Wisconsin, Devontae Howell of Tennessee, John Sherman of Texas Tech, Jelani Watkins of Arkansas, Johnny Dwyer of Penn State, Trinard Folson of Tennessee, Karabo Letelabele of Arkansas, and Neo Mosebe of Florida State. So I think Jelani Watkins is the favorite here. He's a name I know in the men's 100. So we'll see how this all plays out. All right, let's see how our poll is developing here. The leading vote is a 9.8 for the fastest time in these 100 meters. And we are off. Heat 1 of the men's 100-meter dash. Jelani Watkins looks like he will win in convincing fashion. Kind of eased into that finish a little bit there, saving a little something once he knew he had it. So 10.05 for the win is Jelani Watkins of Arkansas. Easily could have had a time in the 9.9s there had he not taken his foot off the gas. But I think, we're more likely to see the fastest time of this meet happen in the finals. Having a world record set in the 110 hurdle semifinals was pretty crazy. So Jelani Watkins was the favorite, I think, coming in, and he asserts his spot in the 100-meter final with a solid, smooth win there. Devontae Howell of Tennessee places second to get an auto cue, and those are the two auto cues from Heat 1. Excuse me for 1 second. All right, so Jelani Watkins and Devontae Howell advance to the finals in the men's 100. We will have to wait and see if anybody else from that heat 1. It'll be top 9, or it'll be 9 people that advance, top 2 in each heat, and then the next 3 best times between the 3 heats. Heat 2 is already getting set on the track here, so they are moving things a little faster now here at Hayward. Thank you for all the voting in the poll. We have 16 votes so far, and the fastest time prediction is a 9.8 something. Sorry, I look all warped on the live stream here. I don't know how that happened. Hopefully we get that fixed in a second, so apologies for me looking frozen and warped right now. All right, let's see if this can get fixed. All right, I'm guessing you can still hear me, but I am frozen, so apologies on that. Hopefully that I'm going to give it a second to try to just like unfreeze, and if that doesn't happen, I will manually reset it. All right, I think I'm going to go for the manual reset, so hang tight with me here. Yeah, so I think you can still hear me, but my video is frozen in a weird warped fashion. All right, we are resetting here. Give us just 1 second. I should be back on before Heat 2 of the men's 100 goes off. All right, hang tight, everybody. I know your visual of me is not there right now, but like I said, this is kind of a radio show anyways, so it's not the end of the world, but I am looking to get that back up as quickly as possible. I will commentate the men's 100-meter Heat 2 here. If I'm not able to get my visual up, I will still be providing commentary. They are taking their marks right now. All right, I think I'm figuring out how to get this back, so hang tight. Men's 100-meter Heat 2 is off to the races. I think Houston was one of the favorites, this guy, but he is not in the top 2. It was Auburn again. Israel Okuri. Oh, Ocon. Israel Ocon of Auburn wins Heat 2 in 10.07. All right, my visual should be back, guys. Don't know what happened there, but we have been live for a long time today between the Diamond League and the NCAA Championships. So it happens, but it looks like we are back on track. So appreciate you guys for your patience there. Looks like everybody stayed tuned in, so I really appreciate that. Horace says, yes, I hear you. At least you could hear me. Yeah, Mr. B says you could hear me. At least you could hear me during that technical difficulty. But it is Israel Ocon of Auburn and Mustafa Bakpin of Middle Tennessee State. I love to see that. Not a school that you see, super often at the NCAA Championships. So he gets the auto cue as the second place finisher in Heat 2. Israel Ocon, and apologies that I'm probably butchering these names. Again, I'm not as familiar with these sprint events, but Mustafa Bakpin of Middle Tennessee, he's a sophomore. Auburn just asserting their dominance here in the 100 meters, though. Because we've got Ajayi in this third heat, who I think is honestly the favorite of all of them. Jelani Watkins' time is still technically the fastest of the day so far, 10.05. Auburn's Ocon ran 10.07. All in the game says Auburn having 5 guys in the 100 meter is insane. Yeah, it's ridiculous. 100 U, 100 meter U. AI Man Daniel 2066 says, is there any result for the 100 meters? Yes, so we are 2 out of 3 heats in. So we are going to see how the non-auto qualifiers pan out after this 3rd heat. But so far, the guaranteed 4 who are in the finals are Jelani Watkins of Arkansas, Israel Ocon of Auburn, Devontae Howell of Tennessee, and Mustafa Bakpin of Middle Tennessee. Those are the 4 automatic qualifiers as we head into the final heat. And this 3rd heat is the Auburn heat for sure. So heat 3, we've got one of the favorites for sure, Ajayi of Auburn. We also have Amari Lewis of Auburn. And then we have Mason Lawyer of Arizona, who I know is a big name, and Eddie Nketiah of USC, who is a big name. Mason Lawyer of Arizona was the Big 12 champion this season, so he's on a winning streak this season, and he's looking to maintain those winning ways here. If I had to predict who the top 2 auto qualifiers out of Heat 3 would be, I think I would go with probably Mason Lawyer and Ajayi of Auburn, just based on my limited knowledge of the sprints. Mr. B says, honestly, this is starting to become my favorite way to enjoy NCAA as the technical issues add to it. Will you do the whole weekend? Yeah, well, hopefully there are not too many technical difficulties, but I appreciate you staying patient through that. Yes, I will be live for all 4 days for the track events. So I don't do the field events. I have mad respect for the field events, but I wouldn't be able to do justice to both track and field. And since I come from a distance running background, I focus on the track. This is a running podcast after all. But yeah, it's gonna be tiring, but it's gonna be worth it. We're doing all 4 days here, Wednesday through Saturday, starting here today with the men's day 1. Heat 3 of the 100 meters is underway, and it is Ajayi of Auburn looking strong, but also an athlete from LSU looks like he might have taken the 2nd spot. Jaden Reed of LSU. I think it was Ajayi and Reed taking the 1 and 2 spot, as Kenyon Sola Ajayi of Auburn is the first athlete under 10 seconds at this meet. Runs 9.94. So the fastest 100-meter time out of the prelims, or semifinals rather, was 9.94. So let's see how the poll ended up. Most people voted 9.8 was the majority of votes. So yeah, we were close. I bet we could get a 9.8 in the finals for sure. Yeah, so Hariz says Azim 4th and out of the final. Mr. B says, I like the schedule would be allowed to show like the live results on the video screen. Yeah, I think that is allowed. Like, well, I wouldn't get copyrighted or taken down for showing the live results on the video screen. I'll admit, I don't actually know how to do that. So I'm sure there's a way. I'm pretty new to the whole live streaming world, and this setup that I have today is actually the most advanced I've done, where I put, images of some of the athletes here. I always have my Kick Podcast logo, but like the schedule, that's a new addition. and then I have the Hayward Field background. So I worked, you know, pretty hard on getting this to look as good as I could make it. But I definitely like your suggestion to get the live results. That would definitely be better than the schedule. If I can figure out a way to do that in the upcoming days, I will. Probably too late for today's live stream, as I just don't want to mess with it too much while we are live. But yeah, it's definitely a good idea. That would be preferable to just the schedule. So thanks for your comment. Jaden, Reed, and Ajayi going through makes sense. Did Lawyer or Dwyer make it as well, says All in the Game. So let's take a look at the official 9 athletes who are qualified for the final and the men's 100. Lawyer did make it, though. A spoiler alert, I will tell you that. So it was Ajayi of Auburn running 9.94 for the fastest time. He's through. Jaden Reed, 9.95, the only other athlete under 10. He's through. Jelani Watkins, Israel Okon, Devontae Howell, Mustafa Bakpin, Eddie Nicotia, Omari Lewis, and Mason Lawyer are your 9 athletes in the 100-meter final. Unfortunately, Johnny Dwyer did not make it. Neither did Azim Fahmy, as was noted earlier. So the only Auburn, well, not only, I mean 3 Auburn athletes made it. So the 3 Auburn athletes that made it are Ajayi, Okon, and Lewis. Should be interesting. Yeah, three made it to the final. It's pretty awesome. I mean, when you have 5 in the semis, to get 3 into the final, I feel like is like as good as you're gonna ask for. Getting 5 into the final would have been ridiculous. Kings of Kings leaving a negative comment saying nobody wants to see you. Yikes. Well, you don't have to watch, but I appreciate everybody who does, because we have a good time here on The Kick, live reacting to the action. There's a lot of people out there who don't have access to the live TV broadcast, so definitely it feels good to be able to provide some kind of live commentary for those people. And then a lot of people also do watch it live and just use this as a second screen companion, because our live chat is so electric and we're able to just talk track as fans of the sport. So appreciate all the supporters. All in the Game says Auburn will be hoping for a Ajayi and Okon 1-2 in the final. Yeah, that would be pretty awesome. That would be pretty awesome if Auburn could pull off a 1-2 punch. Samir says, what's the time now? So as far as Pacific time, which is what the time that they're going off here in Eugene, Oregon, it is 6:42 p.m. So they are a minute behind here because they were supposed to have the men's 400 going off now. So they're at least a minute or 2 behind. The men's 400 is about to get underway, but at the moment they have not begun the 400 heats. On the Game says, crazy that Auburn broke the NCAA 4x1 record in the semi with only 2 of those 500-meter guys. Yeah, they have a ridiculously deep 100-meter crew. That's insane. All right, guys, so we are going to get the 400 meters underway shortly. So 400 meters, again, these are semifinals. Heat 1. We'll see 8 athletes. And the way qualifying works for the men's 400 is top 2 in each heat advance, and then the next 3 times, as we have grown accustomed to. So 3 heats, top 2 in each make it through, and then the next 3 fastest times. Heat 1 about to get underway here. In Heat 1, we have Malachi Austin of LSU, Eric Hemphill III of Texas A&M, Devin Crumpton of South Carolina, Gabriel Clement II of UCLA, Jordan Pierre of Arkansas, Sidi Nje of Georgia, Samuel Vassat of Purdue, and David Akalu of Iowa, the freshman. And they are off. Men's 400 meters here, underway. One lap around the oval. Heat 1 of 3. And these men are out hot. Coming through 200 now. Right around 20, 21. Hard to say, with the stagger. All right. As the stagger evens out, they're heading into the home stretch. Georgia's Sidi Nje looks good. And it looks like he'll take the win. It's going to be close. A photo finish for second and third. So Sidi Nje, which I'm sure I am butchering that name, unfortunately. My apologies. But he runs 44.82. The freshman from Georgia. Something about those freshmen from Georgia, guys. They're quite good. You might remember Will Sumner as a freshman in Georgia winning the 800-meter national title. Well, that very same Will Sumner was a guest right here on the Kick podcast. So if you are interested in an episode of the podcast with one of the best young middle distance runners in the world, we had Will Sumner on the show a couple months ago. So Samuel Vassat of Purdue was battling it out with Jordan Pierre of Arkansas. They had a photo finish for second. Could be important who got that if the third place guy doesn't end up getting a little cue with the other heats. So it is Purdue's Vassat who gets second. So Jordan Pierre, one of the big names in this, will have to have his 44.89 time hold up against the following two heats. So we will wait to see if Jordan Pierre is able to qualify on time. All right, lane 2 taking the track now. Let's catch up with the live chat as they introduce the athletes for Heat 2. Sidi is a freshman, so talented. Yeah, that's crazy for a freshman. Looks like a lot of talent there. Like I said, those freshmen from Georgia. Crazy. Auburn has Leroy Burrell as head coach. Makes sense. He probably a top 2 sprint coach with Coach Holloway of Florida. Yeah, I mean, with the amount of sprint talent going to Auburn, the coach has to be legit. All in the Game says Ken Harden actually does the day-to-day sprints coaching at Auburn. Oh, good to know. Mr. B says, really got to listen to that. Will Sumner needs to get healthy and race some. Oh, appreciate you listening to that episode. It was or you're saying you have to listen. Like, I got to listen to that. Yeah. It's a good episode. Will Sumner, we talk a lot about him getting healthy. So if you're intrigued by that whole aspect of his career, that's kind of like what we focused on talking about. Because he has had a lot of injury trouble, and he kind of talks about navigating that. He's really not able to handle very high volume. He does like 25 miles a week at max. So definitely check out the Will Sumner episode that we have here on the Kick. It's a good one. All in the Game says, what happened to Will Sumner's pro career? We talk about that in the episode. It is still very much alive. He's just injured a lot. So in the episode, he was, really optimistic about the outdoor season. He did run one solid race and then got injured again. So what he's really struggling with is finding a balance for staying healthy, but also getting fit. And, as an 800-meter runner, you do need like some volume. You're not, just a sprinter. So that's been a really tough thing for him to navigate. So really hoping that he does crack the code of how he's able to train at a high level and still stay healthy. But I know he's been navigating with injuries for a long time now. So definitely listen to that podcast to learn more. He'll say it a lot more eloquently than me, but he has a lot of good perspective. He's learned a lot, and he's still young. If he hadn't gone pro after his freshman year at Georgia, he would be a senior right now in college. So, like, he's not behind. He's still young. Um, and he's still got time. All in the game says Knicks are getting dog walked. Let's take a look at that score. Oh my goodness, 62 to 39, the Spurs lead. It's almost halftime. Wow. That NBA final series is crazy. I'm actually hoping, no offense to the NCAA championships here, but I am hoping that it wraps up tonight so I'm able to watch the end of the game. Maybe just like the end of the fourth quarter is all I'm asking for. That is crazy. There was so much confidence for the Knicks. I'm not a fan of either team. I'll just clear that up. But I'm just watching as an interested fan of sports, and I've watched the first three games, and I just feel like the confidence that the Knicks fans had was so high, being up 2-0, and it should be. You won 2 games away on the road in San Antonio, but they didn't win by much. They had a 1-point game in game 2. Game 3, they come to MSG, and Wembanyama shows up and shows out, and now we've got ourselves a series, and now they're dominating, it looks like, in game 4. It would take a pretty crazy comeback for the Knicks to take this one, but man, MSG and New York fans are probably going wild right now as San Antonio gets themselves back into the series. They're going to be tied 2-2 going back home to San Antonio. What a turnaround in that series. But back to the track. Heat 2 of the men's 400 meter is getting underway here at the NCAA Outdoor Championships. I know the Florida athlete here is one of the favorites, Justin Braun. I am familiar with him. Also, I think it's another freshman from Georgia, Jonathan Sims. We'll see if he joins his other Georgia teammate in the final. Coming around the turn, Justin Braun looks great. It looks like he will easily cruise to a victory in this one. And it looks like Jonathan Sims could be second place as the 2 auto qualifiers, and they have a huge gap on the field. They're going to be able to ease up at the line here, and they do. So it is Justin Braun of Florida getting the easy dub here in Heat 2 of the men's 400 to advance. And another Georgia freshman, Jonathan Sims, finds his way to the final with a second place auto Q in his own right. Objectivity 5, W5J says lots of time left though. 20-point lead is the new 10-point lead. Second half to come. It's a good point. Just talking about the NBA Finals for those who are unfamiliar. Between the Knicks and the Spurs. Yeah, I would say it ain't over till it's over, especially with a team like the Knicks. All season long, they've been a fourth quarter team. They have the ability to make big comebacks, but definitely not where they wanted to be at halftime. I'll say that much. And the Spurs aren't exactly an easy team to come back against. Wemby is starting to play a lot more aggressively, which he needed to do those first 2 games. He was shying away from the rim. And I saw in game 3, he really was aggressive, on those alley-oops, dunking, driving. So I think we've got ourselves a great series in the NBA Finals. I couldn't believe that people were saying it was going to be a Knicks sweep. Like, come on, you had to know that the Spurs were a better team than that. But like I said, I'm not a fan of either team, just an NBA fan, just a fan of the sport, and I'm intrigued. And I think that this meet will end just in time here on day 1 for us to all go check in for the end of that game. I will be doing so for sure. All right. All in the game says, if as expected, Sam Agazi makes it through, will be a great final between Braun and Agazi. Yeah, I think that is a good matchup. I believe that was kind of how it ended up indoors, if I remember correctly. But yeah, Braun looked so smooth, guys, in that second heat. He looked so smooth. He was just so relaxed. So we'll see if Agazi's able to make it through out of Heat 3 here. He should. But yeah, Justin Braun. The Gator looked good, guys. The Gator looked good. So final heat of the men's 400 meters coming up here. George Franks of Miami, Alexander Rhodes of Washington, Jaden Marchand of Georgetown, Jaden Davis of Arizona State, Sam Agazi of Alabama, TJ Tomlinovic of Arkansas, Amal Glasgow of LSU, and Michael Joseph of Kansas. Those are your 9 men, or your 8 rather, men on the line for Heat 3 of the 400 meters. Sam Agazi is the favorite here in Heat 3, and he'll be a favorite to win the national title if he does advance. Jaden Davis of Arizona State, another big name here. Will those 2 men be the auto qualifiers? It doesn't really matter who gets the auto qualifiers, as it is the final heat. So we'll see how many men qualify from this heat. It could be as many as 5 guys if they make it fast enough. So the men are on their marks here in the final heat of the men's 400 meters here on day 1 of the 2026 NCAA Championships. The runners are set. When are they gonna start them? Just waiting for everybody to be still, and they're off. All right, we are underway in the final heat of the men's 400 meter semifinals here. Sam Agazi, the favorite. Let's hope he is able to advance smoothly. Mr. Beast 1 says, I hope we see 43 in the finals of the 400 meter. I think 2 guys did it at SECs. And all in the game said, yeah, Agazi 43.82 and Braun 43.99. Both went sub 44. That's awesome. Addy says 100 meters semi results, please. We are currently in the 400 and they are entering the home stretch. So I want to commentate that, and then I'll definitely get you the 100 meters. Agazi making this look so easy, just like Justin Braun did in the last heat. Those 2 guys have to be the favorites, guys. They both won their heats with such ease. So Sam Agazi of Alabama makes it look easy for the win in Heat 3. And let's see how the rest of these things panned out. He ran 44.73 for the win there and looked so smooth. My goodness. So I think it is an Agazi versus Braun final rematch. Epic battle. We'll see who else can mix it up with those 2, but the way that they won their heats is just wow. So our qualifiers. I'm going to refresh this here on my second screen and just get these results. Oh, they're going to put it up now. Okay, Sam Agazi, Jaden Marchand are your qualifiers out of Heat 3, but did any of them qualify on time? Let's see. Okay, advancing the final, it's Agazi, Sidi Ng, Samuel Vassat, Justin Braun, Jonathan Sims. Did they go to commercial? Okay, checking on my second screen. All right, also Jaden Marchand, Amal Glasgow, TJ Tomlinovic, and that's it. Those are your 9. So just out was Joey Gant of Princeton. Misses it by 4 thousandths of a second. George Franks just misses it. Malachi Austin does not advance for LSU, but his teammate Glasgow does. All right, so we had a question about the 100 meter results, right? All right, let's take a look back at the 100 meter results. Because I don't remember off the top of my head all the qualifiers. The 9 qualifiers for the men's 100 meter dash are Ajayi, Jaden Reed, Jelani Watkins, Israel Okon, Devontae Howell, Mustafa Bakpin, Eddie Nikatia, Amari Lewis, and Mason Lawyer. Those are your 9 qualifiers for the 100 meters. Addy, hope you were listening there and I gave you what you need. As far as times, the top 2 men were under 10 seconds just by a hair, like 9.94 and 9.95. It was good round of hundreds. All in the game says will be fireworks in men's 400 meter final. Yeah, I think it will be. definitely fireworks between Braun and definitely fireworks between Florida's Justin Braun and Alabama's Sam Agazi. Sorry, I was blanking there. Yeah, Agazi and Braun. It'll be a battle rematch from the SEC, where Agazi got the best of Braun. Dev says 800 meters. I got money on Tenoda. Yeah, Matsatsa. He's dangerous, but we'll see. We'll see how these prelims go, these semifinals, because they are coming up in 1 minute, and we are going to enjoy these 800s a lot. All right, guys, we are actually rapidly approaching our goal for subscribers here tonight. We are at 241 subscribers. We are just 9 away from our goal of 250. If we could hit that tonight, that would be pretty awesome. It's free to do. We've got some great running content, some great podcasts on the channel, so would really appreciate it. Subscribe if it's your vibe. And thank you to the 43 current watchers of the program. Appreciate all of you. Men's 800 on the track now. Heat 1 will be underway in just a matter of seconds. Danny says, watch out for Alan Clay and Nico Schultz in these 800s. Yeah. Remember we were saying Penn State, man, 800U. For sure. Yeah, Handel Robon is not listed in the entries. I guess he did not. He's not, yeah. He redshirted, says Danny. Yeah. Okay, Mr. B says 800 semis are always wild. I hope Colin from NIU does well. His tactics are always interesting. Yeah. Colin Solomon, we got him right down below in the images we got for this graphic, but he's awesome. Colin Solomon, I think, is the favorite for the 800 overall. So we will see how that goes. Heat 1 is underway. Tyrese Taylor is in this one. Another interesting thing is the duo of Arkansas, Tyrese Taylor and Rivaldo Marshall. They went 1-2 indoors and basically did not care who took the win. They just crossed the line together. So that was kind of crazy to see. But yeah, now we've got Colin Solomon in the 800. He didn't contest the 800 meter indoors. He was doing other events. So I think the 800 gets a lot more interesting with him in the mix. He's just so good. He's probably the most talented guy, but he also has great tactics and he can also kick. He actually has all the tools, but it's a competitive field. Guys like these Arkansas guys, Tyrese Taylor is leading this one. 1 lap through in 53 mid. So we'll see how this first heat of the 800 develops, but Tyrese Taylor almost is a guarantee to qualify here, as he looks really good and smooth through 500 meters. So Tyrese Taylor in complete control of Heat 1 here. Remember, top 2 will advance, and then the next 3 best times between the 3 heats. So Tyrese Taylor completely controlling this one. Mississippi State's Harry Rose Hughes is fighting to hold on to second place, but Michigan making a surge here. That's Miles Brown. He will steal it. Wow, a great finish there as Tyrese Taylor holds on for the auto cue and the win. But sneaking in at the end there is Miles Brown of Michigan. Honestly, they made it almost a photo finish for first then. But Tyrese Taylor does hold on for 156.98 and the win. Miles Brown of Michigan advances. He was in 4th with 50 meters to go, and he just closes. Credit to Harry Rose Hughes of Mississippi State for fighting all the way through the line. But the kick of Miles Brown is strong enough to earn him a big Q to advance to the finals. So Tyrese Taylor and Miles Brown are your definite big Qs advancing to the finals. Harry Rose Hughes of Mississippi State in third with a 147.1. I don't think that's going to hold up with the next two heats, unfortunately for him. But it is Tyrese Taylor and Miles Brown advancing. Let's catch up with the live chat here. Can you make sure to tell us who the qualifiers are for the 800? Yes, I will do my best. That's what we're in right now. Heat 2 is coming up next. Leslie Knowles says, "Thanks, bro. Enjoy the commentary. Outstanding job." I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. You guys are what keep me going. I gotta admit, I'm a little tired. I'm a little tired right now. Did the Diamond League earlier today in Oslo, Norway, and yeah, it's been a lot of commentary. I'm losing my voice a little bit from my excitement from throughout the day, but we're powering through. We're a little more than halfway through this day one here of the men's semifinals, and we've got a final coming up in that men's 10K, so that'll be a good one. But yeah, appreciate you guys tuning in very much, because it's a good time. Let's be real, it's a good time watching some track. Dan Speaks says, "Will you show the 10K live stream?" No, I wish. I can't show race footage of any of the races due to copyright. I wish I could. Believe me, we'd have a lot more viewers in here if we were showing the race footage, but it's illegal and it would get taken down, unfortunately, due to copyright. So we do the best we can. Everything we do, we do the best we can with the commentary and the live reactions, and honestly, the live chat. The live chat is what makes this so entertaining for both of us. It's a win-win. I get to work off what you guys are saying. You guys get to work off what I'm saying. It's a thing of beauty. It's an aspect of community in live sports that has only existed for a few years. So pretty cool to add that to the industry, I think. Blake says, "I'm a little late. Apologies. What teams have the best chance to win, men and women?" Well, okay, so too early to call, especially for the women. The women haven't started yet. So the way they do it at NCAA's is the men have a day, then the women have a day, the men have their finals day, the women have their finals day. So they alternate. So way too early to call for the women, and still too early to call for the men as well, because no points have been awarded as far as track events. I haven't been following the field events, but no points have been awarded on the track side because it is a semifinal day. There will be points that get awarded for the 10K. We'll see that in a second. Heat 2, the men's 800 is underway, and the favorite, Colin Solomon, is in this one, and he is intentionally going out really slow. He goes to dead last on purpose. So interesting tactic for Colin Solomon. I guess he is happy to make this a tactical sit and kick, but I hope that he doesn't pay a price and end up not qualifying. That'd be crazy. I think he will definitely qualify, though. He's just too talented, too good to not make it. And on the home stretch of lap 1, Colin Solomon already swings out wide to make a pass, and he is moving up now. On the game says Spurs have the third largest halftime lead in finals history. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't think they're getting caught in game 4. I think it's all Spurs. Knicks might make a little bit of a comeback, but it will not be enough, I wouldn't think, to catch this Spurs team. That's crazy. Knicks are down 76-49 at the half to the Spurs. I shudder to think how those New York Knicks fans are behaving out there right now. On the game says for the women, the team title is likely between Georgia and Oregon. Yeah, they're the favorites usually. Last couple of years. So Oregon defending their home turf here at Hayward. We'll see if they're able to win the women's title. For the men, Arkansas for sure is a big threat. Auburn's very solid as well. All right, heading into the home stretch of this Heat 2 of the men's 800, Colin Solomon is fighting for his spot. He gets it. He'll take second. So Colin Solomon does advance, and Peter Narumbe actually takes the win. So it's Narumbe and Solomon advancing with the auto qualifiers to the final out of Heat 2. A little bit faster than Heat 1. This was one in 1:45. Tanoda Matsatsa was in this heat. He does not finish top 2. I think this was the most competitive heat of the 3. You had Colin Solomon, Alan Clay, Tanoda Matsatsa, Peter Narumbe, Colin Solomon. So it's Peter Narumbe taking the win, Colin Solomon in second. It looks like Alan Clay took third, and then Camden Marshall in fourth. So Tanoda Matsatsa back in fifth. He's not going to make the final. I don't think he's going to make the final, guys. If even one person outside of the top 2 in Heat 3 runs a faster time, he won't make the final. It'll be close. We'll see. Alan Clay with a good shot at making the final with his third place finish in Heat 2. But the only sure bets right now are Peter Narumbe and Colin Solomon. As lane 3 will have some heavy hitters like Rivaldo Marshall. As I mentioned earlier, the Arkansas duo of Rivaldo Marshall and Tyrese Taylor is dangerous. They went 1-2 in tandem in the indoor championships. Now you add Colin Solomon to the mix, things get a lot more interesting. So Colin Solomon, Annie Lumberjack, he punches his ticket to the final as we all expected him to. And now we just have one more semifinal heat of 800s remaining to fill out this finals heat. Yeah, Blake says Auburn has some guys too. Yeah, I'd say favorites on the men's team side is Auburn and Arkansas, and women it's Oregon and Georgia. Yeah, I would say that's spot on. All in the game says yeah, but Auburn's guys have to all score big in the 100-meter, where Arkansas have scores in so many more events. That's true. That's true. Versatility of Arkansas could be what gives them the ultimate advantage. You know what? Let's do a poll on that right now. Let's do a poll. Since it's the men's day, we'll do who will win the men's team title. The men's team title this year. Auburn as an option. We'll put Arkansas as an option. What else do we put as an option? I know UVA has a lot of qualifiers, but is that crazy to put them in it? What the heck? I'll put a sleeper pick if anybody wants to vote for UVA. And then we'll do other. All right. Poll is live. Who do you think is going to win the men's title? 800 Heat 3 is underway. Rivaldo Marshall looking to take the lead here early, and he will give that up and settle for second place here behind Texas A&M's athlete. That is Reese Sharman Noel in the lead with Rivaldo Marshall right on his shoulder. Second lap here. Things heating up. Who will the qualifiers be? How fast will this heat be? Presumably, the fastest usually is the final heat, but that can be dependent on who's in the race. And now Rivaldo Marshall takes control. He's going to win this thing. He does not want to leave it up to any chances, so he gaps the field going into the home stretch. Rivaldo Marshall has it, and it is Virginia Tech Christian Jackson moving up into second place with a strong finish. Reese Sharman Noel really faded in that home stretch. Rivaldo Marshall wins in 1:45.05. That's the fastest time of the day. And Rivaldo Marshall asserts his dominance along with Christian Jackson of Virginia Tech, who gets the auto cue. And in just a moment, we will have the official advancements to the final listed here. For the poll, yeah, I probably could have included Oregon in that over UVA. They definitely do have a chance. And they are the home team. They got home field advantage. So we'll see. We'll see if Simeon Birnbaum can come away with 10 points in the 1500 meters, excuse me. So Rivaldo Marshall wins Heat 3 in 145.05. Christian Jackson takes the second spot for the auto queue, and we are just, there we go. Advancing the final. Rivaldo Marshall, Christian Jackson, Peter Narumbe, Colin Salmon, Tyrese Taylor, Miles Brown, Nico Schultz, Camden Law, and Alan Clay does sneak in. So 2 Penn State Nittany Lions onto the final. 2 Michigan Wolverines as well. And 2, of course, Arkansas Razorbacks in the dynamic duo of Rivaldo Marshall and Tyrese Taylor. We've got a great 800-meter final on deck for Friday. Leading our vote right now for who will win the men's team title is Arkansas. And they could very likely get 18 points from the 800-meter alone. But Leslie Knoll says, I'm going with Auburn. There's just too much guns on the Auburn males team. Georgia with the females. Yeah. Auburn does definitely have the entry potential to win. They definitely do. They're deep at the sprints. They're deep. But all in the game makes the point. You basically need all 3 of Auburn's 100-meter guys to have a 1-2-3 sweep to have any chance of winning. They only have Tharp in the 110 hurdles, 4x1 to score more points. Yeah, but let's be real. I mean, Tharp is just about as guaranteed of a 10-point result as you can get. I mean, he just set the world record in the 110 hurdles, so you can basically give him 10 points there. I don't want to jinx it, knock on wood, because anything can happen, especially in an event like the hurdles. But Tharp has to be your favorite for the 110 hurdles. Cody Mills says Nico Schultz is through. Yep. Yeah, 2 Nittany Lions. Penn State represented well, 800U. I guess who's going to assert themselves as the true 800U in this 800 final? We have 3 teams with 2 representatives. Got Arkansas, got Penn State, got Michigan. I feel like Arkansas has to be the favorite as far as Tyrese Taylor and Rivaldo Marshall having just won the indoor NCAA title a few months ago. Blake says, slight change of subject for the betterment of the sport across the country. Does anyone else believe they should start scoring 16 places to create more value to more guys from a national level? Only 8 scorers score a point. I think more schools will care about track with more score spots available. What say you? It's an interesting take. It's an interesting point. Curious to hear what everybody thinks, but obviously when you get more schools involved, there's going to be more interest, but that's a tough thing with NCAAs. It's like you want to keep it super elite because it's the national championships. What we've seen at the high school level is just an incredibly saturated national championship field where you've got like 10 different national championships across the country with every brand having their own national championship. And I mean, it's great. Like at that age, like you want to get these athletes interested in the sport in high school and get them invested. But I don't know that would work at the NCAA level, to just have everybody qualifying. Like now to qualify for nationals in high school, it can be a lot easier than it used to be just because there's a lot of different national meets and people are picking which one they go to. Which again, I'm not criticizing that at all. I think at the high school level, you want to get people interested in the sport and participating in big time competitions like nationals. So I think that's good. NCAA level, I think keeping it as the cream of the crop is, relatively important. But it does make the team races for championships very limited and very narrow. Like there's only a few teams that have a chance every year, just based on qualifiers to the meet. So it's interesting. Yeah, All in the Game says Oregon men also have a shot for sure. Yeah, I think a lot of the votes in our poll that are other are for Oregon. But I think UVA did get a couple of votes too, which is pretty cool because I think they basically have no chance. But gotta love those Cavaliers. Wahoo wah. Um, yeah, Arkansas has scorers in every event. Oregon has throws guy who won Worlds or something. That'll help him. Is out for the season with torn pec. Oh, so if the good thrower for Oregon is out, that's not good. There's still about 24 at the championship anyway per event. Yeah, I mean they've tried to master the science of the NCAA championship. So you have to think that they've figured out what the best way of doing it is, but it is certainly no easy task to qualify for an NCAA championship. That's what makes it such a high honor. There you go. Son, Rivaldo and teammate Taylor. Yeah. Tyrese Taylor and Rivaldo Marshall both advanced to the 800 final. And we will have the 400-meter hurdles up next. Those men are on the track now. So the meet's running about 6 minutes behind as the men's 400-meter hurdles heat 1 gets underway. I like the 400 hurdles. I mean, I've never competed in it. I like it as a spectator. I had a fall there in one of the outside lanes. The athlete rolled over and just rolled right back into it. He's actually doing quite well. He's in like the middle of the pack. Not sure who that is, but he's fading now. All right. So 400 hurdles heat 1. There's an NAU athlete who's up here towards the front, and he'll have a chance at getting an auto qualifier. So the Lumberjacks representing in the 400 hurdles, he ends up taking 3rd. But it was Taylor, Xavier Taylor taking the win here. So North Carolina A&T Junior Xavier Taylor. They'll give it to Jaden Douglas of TCU. So photo finish between those two. They both get the auto qualifiers, Xavier Taylor and Jaden Douglas, in a close finish at the line to get the top 2 spots here in heat 1. They'll advance automatically to the final. And that NAU athlete was Josiah Johnson, sophomore Lumberjack, with a PR of 49.07. Maybe he'll make it through, but we'll see. Cody Mills says, okay, wow, we got a lot to catch up on here. Track Bernston says, can you do commentary on the long jump too, please? Unfortunately, I would if I could. Field events go on at the same time as the track events. I can only be in one place at once. And being that I'm coming from a track running background, I'm going to do the track events. That's where I can thrive best and provide the best commentary. If you have any questions about like a long jump result, I can like get that for you upon request, but I'm not going to be commentating the long jump as it happens. But appreciate your comment and tuning in. The live feed TV says the Taylor brothers should win. All right, we'll have to see. Cody Mills says, gotta head out. Might be back in a bit later. Thanks for live streaming. Appreciate it. Should be back tomorrow for sure. Cody Mills, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you. It means a lot. The live feed TV says A&T. Yeah, so North Carolina A&T, Xavier Taylor was 2nd. So he'll make it through. So one Taylor has made it, along with Jaden Douglas from that first heat. Heat 2 on deck. All in the Game says 400 hurdles should be a competitive one if you guys are in the mix. Taylor twins will take 1, 2. One of the Taylor twins has advanced. So we will see. All in the Game 01's is son on Olympic gold medalist Angelo Taylor. Blake says, I ran against Angelo Taylor in high school. I did not win. That's funny. That's cool. It's a cool fun fact here in the chat. I've got a fun fact about the 400 hurdles. My fun fact is I am from the same county as Sydney McLaughlin Lebroni. She used to be Sydney McLaughlin back when we were at the same meets, but she was at all the same meets as me. She's older than me, so I was a freshman when she was a senior, but she was so dominant, as you would imagine. It was actually the year after that she had just competed at the Olympics, so everybody knew her, and she would wear her like Team USA gear to our meets, and she would just dominate all of our meets. I was friends with some of the 400 hurdles on my high school team, like some of the women who were on 400 hurdles, and they would be in her races, and they would just be like, hey, I raced Sydney McLaughlin. How cool is that? And it's pretty cool. So that's my fun fact. Sydney McLaughlin is from my county here in New Jersey. Saw her at a bunch of meets before she really made it big time and set world records. All right. Shorter Me Entertainment says, did Marco Langen qualify? Yes, he did. So he's in the 5K. So he'll be running, there's no like prelim or semifinal for that. So he'll be running in the 5K final on Friday. And that will be drawing a lot of viewers, as whenever Marco Langen is in a race that we commentate, our viewership goes way up. And it's no surprise why, because he's an electric racer to run. Funny thing, another fun fact, Marco Langen, I raced him in high school. He was 2 years younger than me, and he was in my section. So I actually won sectionals in cross country against him twice. But he was a freshman and sophomore, and he wasn't that good yet. But yeah, shout out to Marco, another Jersey brother right there. Go way back with him, and I actually get to say that I won 2 state sectionals with him in the mix before he became really, really good. So that's another fun fact. All right, getting lots of fun facts here, but let's get back to the action. Heat 2 of the men's 400-meter hurdles is underway. The live feed TV says, I know Sid McLaughlin too. Yeah, I mean, it was Union Catholic is where she went to high school, and I'm from Union County. So she was in our county. Pretty cool. All right, so Heat 2 of the men's 400-meter hurdles. Live Feed TV just says, he just spoke to Jello at the airport heading to Eugene. That's so sweet. Yeah, I've been at NCAA's the last 2 years, and you just see so many people in Portland on the way to Eugene is awesome. So in this Heat 2, securing the win is Texas. Blackwood gets it done. Big name, executes. So Cody Blackwood, the Texas senior, runs 48.95 to secure the win in qualifier for the final. Second place, who was it? It looked like it might have been Florida's Vance Nilsson, but it's close between him and the Alabama athlete. We're showing it here. Yes, indeed, it is Vance Nilsson of Florida who gets the second auto qualifier behind Cody Blackwood here in Heat 2. So the second Taylor twin representing North Carolina A&T will be coming right up here in Heat 3 of the men's 400-meter hurdles. We'll see if he joins his brother in just a moment here. Cody Blackwood and Vance Nilsson auto queue out of Heat 2. I love the fun facts going on in the live chat right in here. The running world is a small world, and there's so many connections, and that's pretty cool. We are so close to our goal of 250 subscribers, guys. We set that goal going into today. We made good progress in our first live stream at the Oslo Diamond League meet earlier today. And now we are just 5 subscribers away from 250. And I think we can hit it. We've got like, I don't know, maybe like an hour left of this live stream. I think we can get 5 more. Share the live stream with a friend. Even if they can't tune in today, let them know we'll be live for all 4 days of the NCAA championships. Leave a like, because when people search up NCAA Outdoor Championships, we want them to find our live stream. So appreciate you guys. That's just my little intermittent plug I make between events sometimes, but I've got to earn it. Isaiah Taylor taking the line for his heat of the 400-meter hurdles. Third and final heat here. He'll be looking to join his twin brother in the finals. The live feed TV says he will join his brother. He is actually a better runner. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty guaranteed here. He's a big time favorite, but don't want to call it before it happens, as our sport does see some crazy things happen. And I'm checking in on that NBA Finals game. It looks like the third quarter has begun, and the Knicks are still down 22. I don't think they'll have really any way back into this one, but you never know. It's going to be close too. Are we going to finish this live stream before the NBA game is over? I don't think so, actually. Now I think it's going to, we're going to end here and the NBA game is going to end, but it's okay. We'll check it on the result. Yeah, Mr. B says more than an hour. 10K hasn't even started. That'll be 28 minutes. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They're a little behind on the meet, so they were supposed to have already started the 200, and we still have another heat of 400 hurdles. So, man, you're killing me, Eugene. Hayward Field, usually a tight operation, but somehow they fell behind here. It's all right, though. We can always check in on the score, watch the highlights after. Honestly, it looks like the least competitive NBA Finals game thus far. But obviously, if the Knicks end up making a comeback, it will be historic. All right, guys. So heat 3 of the men's 400-meter hurdles. The men are on their marks. Starter waiting for everybody to be still. Live feed TV says they're behind due to threat. That happened like 2 days ago, so I don't think that that's why they're behind, but I don't know, maybe it could be related. But the threat was like, yeah, it was like a day or two ago, and they investigated it and did their whole thing. Kind of crazy, but I don't think that's why they're behind. Never know. Could be. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. But we have action here in the third heat of this men's 400 hurdles. My goodness. Isaiah Taylor is out like a rocket. Running incredibly aggressively here. Will he ease off the brakes once he gets a lead here? He is easing off. And he'll definitely qualify with second place. But the winner looks like it is a Texas A&M athlete. That be right? Yeah, I think it's Jaquelin Scott. Jaquelin Scott is your winner in Heat 3. He'll take the win, and Isaiah Taylor takes second. So those are your two big cues from this third heat, and we will shortly have the full list of qualifiers. So good to see Jaquelin Scott advance to the finals here in the 400 hurdles, because he unfortunately did not make it in the 110 hurdles. So he gets a little bit of redemption here and is able to secure a spot in the finals for the 400-meter hurdles. Yeah, Live Feed TV says it happened yesterday. Yeah, so I think they cleared it up before the meet action actually started. So I don't think that's what's delaying the Mr. B saying I thought it was the world record celebration. Yeah, honestly, good point. Wasn't even thinking of that. The fact that there was a world record set in the 110 hurdles semifinal heat 2, that did delay things. There was a bit of a longer interview. There was, more pictures being taken with the board for the world record. So I think that was the the delay. Live TV, Feed TV says they had to up the security. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, definitely. I was there in person the last 2 years, and I will say there is like no security. So hopefully they upped it at least a little bit. Also, I was like media credentialed, so I didn't really have to go through security, I guess. Like they just saw my badge and let me go through, but they shouldn't do that. Just because you're credentialed doesn't mean you shouldn't go through security. But that's just my experience. Like they would do, I think they would do a bag check for people who like were ticketed entry. I would go in like with my whole backpack and everything because I had my camera gear and my work gear, but they didn't like check any of that ever. And I did the last 2 years, 4 days, both years. Yeah, just with my little media credential badge. All right, so On the Game says Jaquan Scott is a really good dual hurdler who will be hurting that he didn't make the 110 final. Yeah, I think he was pretty upset about that, and he ran this 400 hurdles very aggressively to kind of make sure that he got it, and I think proved to himself like, yeah, I'm still here, and advancing at least in one of the events to the finals is at least reassuring in that way. I know he wanted both, probably was expected to get both, but he'll be there for the 400 hurdles and certainly contesting for a title. So they're on commercial break here at Hayward Field for just a minute here because we have the 200 meters coming up in a second. Then it will be a 400 meters for the decathletes. And then we get into the one final of the day, which is the 10K. While they're on commercial, let's check them the Knicks. Oh, Knicks have come back a little bit here in this third quarter. 81-65 is the score. So they're only down 16 now. We'll see what they can do. Still very much in the Spurs' control, though. All right, so we had the poll going for who will win the men's team title, and Auburn won that poll. Excuse me. Don't tell me I'm going to get the hiccups, not while I'm live. Blake says, I hope the 10K turns into a circus. I don't know. I think the 10K will be honest. I mean, you know, Habtum can make it really fast, but he also has the 5K tomorrow, on Friday, so who knows? I kind of hope that the 10K is at least relatively honest, or else it is going to be very boring to watch them tactically run a 10K. But you know what? They can do whatever they want. We'll see how it plays out. All in the Games, there's a lot of pressure on the Taylor twins to try and live up to their multiple Olympic and world champs medal winning dad, Angelo Taylor. Yeah, that is a big name to win up to. Hopefully they don't feel it as pressure to be as good as their father, but I think their dad would be assuming he's very proud of his sons. Blake says maybe the last 4 laps get crazy. Yeah, even if it is tactical and slow in the 10K, by that last mile, they have to be going crazy. Absolutely. All right, guys, so it's the 200 meters that is coming up now. 9 will advance. It's, again, the top 2 in each heat and the next 3 best times. In this first heat of the men's 200, we have the Priest Hogans, Mustafa Bakpin, who we saw earlier from Middle Tennessee State, Wanye Bell, Tamars McCallum, Ian Dossman, Nazio John, Tori Lanham, and Jaleel Kroll. Man, Mustafa Bakpin didn't have much of a recovery time in between events. being heat 1 of the 200 here, having just competed like 15 minutes ago. Mr. Beast says, what are your thoughts on like 90% of the 10K field being international runners? I don't necessarily have like any crazy thoughts on it. That's how it's been for like at least a few years now. Like it's how the NCAA is going right now. I mean, I like the NCAA being really competitive. So it's just become basically like an international league, and if you're a collegiate age athlete, you generally are going to come to America for the best competition because there's just no other collegiate league like the NCAA, not even close in any other country. All right, so heat 1 of the men's 200 coming down the home stretch here. It's Mustafa Bakpin. I think he's going to take the win, and he does. So Middle Tennessee State's Mustafa Bakpin is quickly becoming one of my favorite underdog athletes from a smaller school here. He's having himself a day. Runs 20.19 to win heat 1 of the men's 200. I like this guy. And then the Middle Tennessee State stud, Mustafa Bakpin, is followed by a Tennessee volunteer, Tamars McCallum, for second. 20.19 for the win for Mustafa Bakpin. They are showing us a bit of shot put right now. Ben Smith for Oregon has a good toss for himself. More like beastly throw. Man, these throwers are incredible. All right. Yeah, Mr. Beast, what are your thoughts on the 10K being a lot of international runners? I don't like think too much of it. I mean, I obviously, like, as an American, I like to see Americans representing. But hey, I guess it raises the standard, right, for everybody. And I think American athletes coming out of the NCAA are doing better on the pro stage now, having that level of competition in the NCAA to prepare them. So that's one perk for sure. Yeah, all in the games is Bobkin having a great day. Definitely. Let's take a look at our top contributors to the live chat so far today. Right now, wearing the crown is All in the Game 01. Appreciate you. Mr. Beast is our second lead commenter in the live chat. And third is Hariz Alhalim, 4129. So thank you to you three for being our top contributors to the live chat. You guys help this live stream pop off, let me tell you. So we have 26 viewers currently tuned in, but throughout this entire live stream that has spanned nearly 3 hours, we have had 1,700 people tune in. So the way these work, a lot of people tune in and tune out, watch for a few minutes, catch an event, tune out, come back. Like, I don't expect people to listen for hours on end. That's crazy. If you do, it's appreciated, but yeah. So cool to see the total viewership being so high. Earlier today, we had more than 3,000 people tune in for our live stream at the Diamond League in Oslo, Norway. So that was great. All right, guys. Heat 2 of the men's 200 is about to get underway, and a familiar name in Mason Lawyer of Arizona will be on the track once again today, as well as Israel Okan. A lot of overlap in these top sprinters in the country. Blake says, I am not able to watch on ESPN right now. Thank you for the commentary. That makes my day. Definitely, like, the biggest reason to do these live streams is for those who like don't have access to where the TV broadcast is. So if I'm able to provide some interesting, energetic commentary for those people, that's huge, because I've been in that situation before too, and it's always nice to be able to find a place where you get live commentary. So thank you for sharing that. Happy to provide commentary as we get underway here in Heat 2 of the men's 200. Some big names in this second heat. Let's see how it all pans out. Top two will will advance to the final. Rather, no scoring happening yet in these semifinal rounds. It's a close one. Coming into the home stretch, it looks like it is. Oh no. Auburn, oh my gosh. It looked like he pulled a hamstring, but he was celebrating. That was a funky celebration. So Auburn takes the win. I'm telling you guys, in the last 10 meters, he basically looked like he started limping as he kind of was pumping his leg in a weird way. Literally made me think that he pulled a hamstring. So good to see that he didn't. That was just his celebration choice. An interesting one. So results here for that men's 200. It was Israel Okon of Auburn. I didn't even realize that was him. He looked so strange coming into the home stretch with that form. Yeah, so how do I even describe this? 20 meters to go. He just starts pumping his legs in a very strange fashion. Honestly, not the smartest celebration. Had that caused an injury, starting to run like that. But the Auburn star runs 20.07 to find his way to the final. All right. And then Eddie Nketiah will get second place in that heat to punch his ticket to the final. They went to commercials, so no further information at this time. But let's check in on that Knicks game and that NBA Finals game, rather. Like I said, I'm not a fan of either team. Spurs Knicks, though. 87 for the Spurs, 72 for the Knicks. All right, so it's a 15-point game. 2 minutes left in the third quarter. All right. Mr. Beast says, I'm mixed on it. I get your point. Much better competition and the top Americans do rise up. 3 Americans sub 1250 today. But I think some rules on ages like 25 being the cutoff. Yeah, yeah, dude, Parker Wolf running 12:49 in the 5K today was so sick. I mean, he had only broken 13 by a hair. He was 12:59 PR. And he ran that whole race in the back and then kicked really hard. Afterwards, he was saying that he could stand to go a little bit earlier, and he might have won that race, Diamond League. So great to see Parker Wolf run like that. Joseph Harding says, what were the results? So for Heat 2 of the men's 200, it was Israel Okon running 20.07 for the win, and Eddie Nketiah of USC placing second in 20.24. So those are the two big Qs from Heat 2, and we have one more heat remaining of the men's 200. All in the game. 01 says, if Okon gets hurt, then Auburn's team title chances take a big hit because he can't score in both 100 and 200 finals. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I literally thought he was hurt the way he finished those last 10 meters. It looked like he was pulling up, but it was a planned celebration, I guess. Probably not the smartest to run in such a awkward fashion when you are moving that quickly, but hey, it worked. So happy to see him healthy and moving on to the finals in both 100 and 200. On the game says those age restrictions need to apply to everyone then, including Americans looking at BYU. Yeah, the age cutoff thing is interesting. Obviously, you've got BYU with their mission trips. They tend to be a little bit older then. So they have an advantage there, but then there's the advantage of the international athletes. It's an interesting conversation. It really is. I know a lot of the people, obviously, who are on BYU side don't like the international athletes, and a lot of people who are on the international athlete side don't like the age of the BYU guys. So it's tough. It's tough. All right, final heat of the men's 200 here, and this will solidify the lineup for the finals in the 200. Runners are on their mark. They are set. And they are off. Final heat of the men's 200. we've got Jelani Watkins is in this one. So he'll be looking to add to his 100 that he ran pretty casually. And he's running casually again here. Running nice and easy to get second. But the win belongs to Jaden Reed of LSU. Jelani Watkins ran that so relaxed. He almost might have gotten caught and maybe placed third. He was running super, super relaxed. Very confident in himself, as he should be. But you don't want to mess around with these athletes too much. All right, so qualifiers for the finals. It's going to be Jaden Reed of LSU with the fastest time of the day. Then it's Israel Okon, Mustafa Bakpin, Eddie Nketiah, Tamars McCallum, Ian Dossman, Jordan Urrutia, Trey Banks, and Mason Lawyer. Wait a second. Yeah, Jelani Watkins didn't make it. He did get caught at the line. So Trey Banks of Indiana runs 20.38 to beat Jelani Watkins in 20.4. Jelani Watkins basically coasted through the line. That's why you don't do that. So Trey Banks of Indiana steals it from Jelani Watkins, who basically just coasted through the line thinking he had second wrapped up, but he didn't. I mean, he is smiling. He's looking around. He's checking the scoreboard. And little does he know that Trey Banks was passing him. So, yikes. I mean, Arkansas cannot be happy with that. For a team that is in the mix to win, to have a guy basically not advance to the 200 finals because he was easing off at the finish line, that is, you do not want that. That is for sure. Mr. B says, I agree on BYU. They got kids and wives most of the time. Casey Klinger ran NCAAs in like 2019, then 2025. Yeah, you make a good point. I mean, part of it, like, they tend to have wives and kids before the average person anyways, but when they do, it does make them seem even older than they are. But yeah, Casey Klinger is a great guy. I've interviewed him before when I was representing Sidious Mag at one of our BU home meets, and he is a great guy. He talked to me for like 15 minutes off the camera, after the interview, and he was just such a nice guy. I told him I used to watch his workout videos when I was in high school and looked up to him. And it was just really cool to have that full circle moment with Casey Klinger. Great guy, but yeah, he was in the NCAA for a long time. I'll give you that. On the game says, that's what pissed me off, this topic, as if there hasn't been a whole bunch of overage Americans in the NCAA. Apply the age restrictions across the board. Yeah. He did this silly coasting through the line. Yeah, on the game. Jelani Watkins, there's no other way to put it. That's silly. It's silly. Like, what are you doing? You have to finish the race. Like, you have to. It's two people get the auto cue, and you weren't paying attention that somebody was passing you, or you thought that you had the time qualifier for some reason. I mean, how can you even tell? The 200. How can you even look at the clock and tell? Mr. B says, I don't blame Casey at all. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Agreed with you on that. But yeah, Arkansas just lost points for sure from Jelani Watkins pulling up and intentionally easing off at the line. I mean, if you get the chance to, if you're not watching it now and just using this as a second screen companion, after the meet, watch that 200 Heat 3 because Jelani Watkins was all smiles in that last 20 meters thinking he had it and didn't get it. So let that be a lesson to any young sprinters or runners of any event. It ain't over till it's over. Obviously, in semifinals and prelims, you want to conserve energy if you can, but you got to get the qualifier because conserving isn't going to do you anything if you don't make it. All right, guys. So they now have a decathlon 400 up on the track. And I will be honest, I don't know any of these guys, but I always do like the camaraderie of the decathletes when they do like finish all of their events. They always celebrate together, and I've seen that in person the last couple of years, and it's pretty cool. They have a strong bond, so gotta hand it to them. They work hard. I mean, that's what they do. They do a lot of events. They're multis. All right. Blake says, "Wow, Arkansas just lost 8 or 10 points." Yeah. On the game says coaches must be so pissed off when their athletes do what Jelani just did. Yeah. If I'm the Arkansas coach and I just saw Jelani Watkins ease up and lose a spot in the 200 final, I am so upset. I mean, this is the NCAA championship. Come on. Yeah, and Mr. B says, very stupid at NCAA since you get a day to rest unlike USA's and World Olympics. Agreed. And also, it's a 200. You know, this isn't like he conserved energy over a 5K and like ran it more tactically. Like in the distance events, some of the conservation comes in those middle laps. This is like just a choice at the end of the race to ease off for what, 5 steps? Like, come on. It can't be worth it. It cannot be worth it. Run through the line. This is a podcast called The Kick. I love strong finishes and giving it all you have till the end. So that's my philosophy on it. Jelani Watkins is a phenomenal athlete, and he'll be certainly contesting for that 100-meter national title. I think, honestly, the pressure is on him all the more right now because of him missing the qualifier in the 200. But hopefully a lesson learned for him there. I'm sure his coach is giving it to him right now. All right. So decathlon running a 400 now. Man, this meet is like 15 minutes behind now, which is a little frustrating being on the East Coast. It is 11 p.m., so it's getting late here. I'd like to watch the Knicks-Spurs game, but I don't think that's going to happen. It's definitely not going to happen. Fourth quarter already started. All right, men's 400-meter decathlon is off, and it is funny to watch how this develops because some of these guys are clearly not 400 guys. Some of them clearly are, and just the disparity is very large. And that's how the decathlon works. Everybody's got their events that they specialize in more than others. Let's see what the winning time here is in the decathlon 400. Wonder how fast they'll go. Will they break 50? That'd be pretty cool. Looks like BYU's gonna win. They'll definitely break 50. 47.2. So respect there. I was sleeping on them. Gotta be honest. In retrospect, yeah, obviously they're gonna break 50. This is the NCAA championship. 47.25 for Ben Barton of BYU. Imagine running a 47.2 in the 400 when you do like 10 events. That's insane. And you're really good at all of them. It's crazy. All right, guys. So coming up in just a couple of minutes, is there another heat of the decathlon 400? I guess there has to be. But when these decathlon 400s wrap up, we will have the 10K, which is the one final event of the day. So excited to see a finals go down. It's a long one. It's a long one, but keep this chat going. It'll keep me going. And I'm excited to see it. You know, points are on the table. Hampton Samuel is one of the best long-distance runners the NCAA has ever seen. So we'll see how that goes. All in the game says combined eventers have all my respect because they put their bodies through heck. Yeah, dude. Multis and decathletes, like, it's crazy what they do. So many events, so close together. And they're like arguably like the most well-rounded athletes. Like, to be able to do so many events across track and field, you are such a well-rounded athlete. Like, imagine being able to run a really respectable 1500 meter time, and then also being able to throw a really respectable shot put. Like, that's crazy. They can throw, they can jump, can run. Pretty cool. All right, let's check in, guys, on how close we are to our subscriber goal for today. 250 subscribers was the goal. We're at 246. We're 4 away. I'm guessing if you are tuned in and you've been tuned in for a while, you're probably subscribed. So it might be pretty difficult to get that number up to 250. But then again, we might have more people tuning in for the 10K coming up in just a moment, as it is the one finals event of the day. So we shall see. How many heats of the decathlon 400 are there? See, the second heat is on the track. Hopefully this is the time's sake, hopefully this is the last one. Right. Section 2. I don't even know how many sections there are. All right, wait. Let me check the start list on here. Oh, there's 3 heats. There's 3 heats, and we're just about to start the second. All right. All right, so we've got some more decathlon 400s here. Let's see if anybody runs under 47. That was the winning time. The first one. Oof. All right, decathlon 400 heat 2 is underway. All right, guys, what do you think is going to happen in this men's 10K? Is it going to be tactical? Is it going to be slow? Kind of hope not. All right, so this heat will be won, and it looks like 49, so not as fast as heat 1 of the men's decathlon heat 1 of the 400. 48.96, so he dips under 49. Emil Yulin of Kansas State has some sub 49 wheels in him. All in the game says you'll get 250 by the end of the 4x4. I like that attitude. 4x4 is such an electric event to end the day. Always so much fun. Let's hope we get just as electric here on the kick to do it justice. Yo, we actually just gained 2 subscribers right now, so we're up to 248. I'm starting to feel more confident that we'll get to 250 today. Thank you guys for subscribing. It's free. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. All right, checking on that Knicks Spurs NBA Finals game. It is still a 15-point lead for the Spurs with 8 minutes to go. All in the game says will likely be slow and tactical, unfortunately. Yeah. I fear that might be the case because, look, it's 10,000 meters, and a lot of these guys are running the 5K the next day. Or, not the next day, but in 2 days. So it has to be on their mind. But, like, if you're running a 10K, you're running 6.2 miles on the track. It's kind of a drag to make it slow. Like, you're going to be out there for a long time if you make a sub. All right, maybe we do a poll of how fast this men's 10K will be. All right, we're going to do a poll. How fast will this men's 10K be? I guess I got to do like time ranges. All right, let's do. First, we got a comment in the live chat. Just watch that Oslo 800 meter. Cooper is just ridiculous, and Wignoni too. I hope Pre goes sub 141. Yeah, that was a ridiculous race. That was so hype. Cooper Luckenhouse taking the lead with 250 meters to go. So bold for a guy at his age and experience level. And then Wignoni just trying to chase him down, and Cooper just not giving up that lead. I mean, that was crazy. It wasn't like a thousandth of a second difference. That was nuts. What a battle between Luckenhouse and Wignoni. Awesome race. Definitely the race of the day at Oslo Diamond League. All right, poll time. Let's see. As the third heat of the 400 decathlon goes off. Start a poll. How fast will the men's 10K be? Will it be do time ranges here? 28. All right, just give me a second to get this poll up, guys. We finally got men's decathlon 400s wrapping up here with section 3 underway now. Let's see if this heat will have the fastest time of the day for the decathletes. I doubt it'll be the fastest 400 of the day, but you never know, I guess. All right. Trying to make reasonable ranges here. No, let's just do. I feel like these are too narrow. Let's do every 30 seconds. Okay. All right. I mean, there's always a chance that it's faster or slower than this. I think a better chance that it would be slower than this, right? Well, no, you know what? A Happen runs like 27:30, so maybe it's a better chance that it'd be faster than this, but I don't know. I was there last year. I think it was like, what was it last year? Hampton didn't win last year, right? It was his New Mexico teammate won last year. I remember because when we did the interviews in the media zone, we did both of them together. It was Kip Curry and Hampton Samuel. We interviewed them together. And Ishmael Kip Curry did not speak much English, so Hampton had to carry the interview, which was funny because Hampton, when I first interviewed him, did not speak much English. So he's come a long way. But yeah, I think it was low 29s last year. Low 29s. I don't think they were under 29 last year. All right, the leading vote so far in the poll is 28-31 to 29. That'd be respectable. I'd be okay with that. I'd definitely be okay with that. Please, nothing over 30 minutes. Can you imagine if they run over 30 minutes? All right. Mr. Beast predicts the exact time being 28:15. What's the 10K meet record? I can check that. I don't know, but I can check that. So 10K meet record for NCAA Championships outdoor. That would be Patrick Dever of Tulsa. He ran 27.41, or sorry, 27:41 minutes and seconds, of course, as this is the 10K. So 27:41. Never know. I feel like Haptom is capable of that. But again, will he want to do that? Will he want to push things that hard? Probably not. All right, so decathlon 400s have officially wrapped up, and the 10K is on deck, guys. We made it to the finals, the one final event of the day. Points on the line here. Oh, yeah. Heat 3 of the men's decathlon 400 was not the fastest. The winner just got under 50, but nobody touched that BYU guy's. It was Ben Barton. Nobody touched his 47. His 47-2. All right, men's 10K. He's on the track, baby. Get your popcorn. Because we've got, well, according to the kick listeners, we've got 28 minutes and 31 seconds ahead of us for this men's 10K. Or actually, we've got new leader in the poll is 28 to 28:30. So, yeah, our kick nation here is predicting it to be a relatively fast 10K, picking the fastest available time in our allotted ranges. Bailey says, have they gone through 5K yet? No. They're on the line. They haven't even started yet. So men's 10K is on the track, but they haven't started yet. They've got a lot of athletes to introduce. I don't even think they do one at a time, but they're just waiting to start them again, I guess. And then they introduce them when the race starts. But yeah, they went to commercial. So I guess technically they could have started the race, but they almost never start a race during a commercial break. They'll cut to commercial during the middle of the race like this, which is annoying, but I kind of get it in a 10K. But yeah, the race has not started yet. It should have started. It's a reasonable question though to ask if they went through 5K yet. Because if you're looking at the schedule that we have up, on the schedule it says that they would be pretty much done with the race by now. They would have started like 20 minutes ago, but Mr. B says, any idea where Marco isn't running the 10K? Marco isn't really a 10K guy, I feel like. If anything, he would have done the 1500 and 5K, but I like that he's specializing in the 5K. Putting all his chips on the table for one event, I like that. You know, because he did the 3K and 5K indoors. I like that he'll be fresh for this 5K on Friday. Yeah, Bailey says, dang, I thought it was starting at 7:56. It was supposed to start at 7:56. So they are almost 20 minutes behind. Still haven't started yet. They're showing some of the athletes. They're showing Hip 24. That's Ernest Chariot. Obviously, he's a big-time All-American favorite here. They're showing Kipruto of Louisville. So we'll see, guys. Starting any minute here, but they are pretty far behind in this meet. Mostly due to the world record that was set in the 110 hurdles. But even that, it didn't take 20 minutes, so not sure why they've fallen so far behind. And now they're showing the man himself, Haptom Samuel. He's got the shades and the backwards cap. And they are off. Ladies and gentlemen, the men's 10K has begun. Points are on the table, and 28 minutes or so from now, a champion is going to be crowned along with 8 All-Americans. Hard to tell visually if this is getting off to a tactical start because the 10K doesn't look that fast in general. But I would have to say it is a pretty conservative start. Hampton Samuel takes the lead, and he is actually opening up a big gap. He's opening up a huge gap, and nobody's going with him. So 200 meters in, Hampton Samuel has a 15-meter lead on the entirety of the race, who is content to form a chase pack of their own. As we approach 400 meters in, excuse me, I have the hiccups. Hampton Samuel with a 20-meter lead at 400. He opened in 63, while the rest of the field opened in about 67. So I guess the field is just ready to accept that Hampton Samuel is the big time favorite, and they'll let him go here, and they'll all race for second in the All-American spots. Will anybody have anything to say about that, or will they just let him race against the clock? I think this tactic here from Hampton is to say, look, if I go out a little more aggressive than you guys want to, maybe I can scare you all off, have lots of space to myself, and then just kind of run this thing alone. And then nobody's going to even bother trying to compete with me. But now we do have somebody who's stepping up. Mr. Beast, I don't know what the temperature is in Eugene right now, but I know that visually the weather looks phenomenal. Yeah, nice sunny day, but it's the sun is setting, so it can't be that hot, I would imagine. Yeah, just a picturesque day visually. So I think this is Kipruto, who is now closing the gap with Hampton. So it is a 2-man race at the front and then about a 20-meter gap to the chase pack. Yeah, Esungi Kipruto of Louisville, the freshman, has decided to join Hampton Samuel at the front. So they are now running together at the front. Chase pack behind has let them go, but I think little by little more people will decide, you know what, Hampton's not going that fast compared to what we're doing. He's just basically going the same pace at us, just 20 meters ahead. So we'll see. Pardon me for my hiccups right now. Wish I did not have them. Evans Karui now moving up to join Hampton and Kipruto. And now the whole chase pack is starting to kind of get in a single file line, and everybody's attached to the person in front of them. So Hampton's early surge was just to find space at the front to make sure he was leading. But he's not looking to extend any lead on them. So we've got a long train of 10K athletes here on the track. Pretty much all single file on the rail on the inside of lane 1, with a few exceptions where there are parts of the line that are too wide. 2 people wide, that is. 2 bodies wide. Hampton Samuel now stepping out to lane 2 and kind of looking to his inside like, hey, anybody want to lead? Anybody want to pass me? Nobody does, and he steps back into lane 1. Interesting tactic from Hampton there. All in the game says Grant Holloway must be pissed off, has now lost both of his indoor-outdoor records in the NCAA this year and has been beaten in the race to the 14-year-old world record. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how protective Grant Holloway is of his NCAA records at this point. But I mean, yeah, he's got to be a little bit bummed to see them go down. But again, a lot of those athletes, they expect, records are made to be broken. And it's kind of expected that the next generation is going to always come along and set new records. All right, they have gone to commercial break here. A few laps into this men's 10K. Hopefully this is the last commercial break of the men's 10K. Kevin the Runner says, will you be back for day 2? I sure will. And I'll be back for day 3 and day 4. So it's going to be good. Things are heating up here at the NCAA Championships. So yes, we will be live for all 4 days. It's a bit of a grind, but it's worth it. It's worth it. I was at the NCAA Championships the last 2 years, so I'm basically just committing from a remote setting this year. All right, guys, we are 1 subscriber away from our goal of 250 on the day. I think we're going to get it. I think we will make it. So really appreciate everybody for tuning in and the subscribers we gained today. Takes next to no time to hit that subscribe button, and it's free. So I'd appreciate if you could find it in yourself to get us to that goal of 250 subscribers. Again, we are on the men's 10K right now, but it is a commercial break where they left us off. Habtom Samuel was in the lead, followed by Kipruto of Louisville, the freshman. Helsinki Kipruto. I know there's multiple Kiprutos in the race, so I got to specify. And then third place was the Washington State athlete, Evans Karui, who I think is like the one guy who people have said could potentially beat Habtom. You never know, but Evans Karui is a respected name for sure. Maybe the favorite for second. All right, they're back here, and it is Habtom Samuel still in the lead. Actually, nothing has changed during that commercial break, so from what I can see, exact same order. It's Habtom in the lead. Helsinki Kipruto in second. Evans Karui in third. And everybody else, they are on the rail in lane 1, single file, settling into this 10K grind. We have a poll that is live right now predicting the time for the winner of the 10K. Majority of voters picked 28 to 28:30. So we'll see how it goes. Way too early to make any calls on it now. And again, I'm apologies that I have the hiccups right now. Sorry if that's annoying. It's just as annoying as it is to you as it is to me. Kevin the Runner says, during these long races, I swear something interesting happens during commercial break. Yeah. Well, that happened earlier in the steeplechase. There was a big fall when they cut to commercial, and then they had to like re-show it in slow motion while the race was still going on. Yeah, it's too bad. If there's one race where I get the commercial breaks, it's the 10K, but it would be nice if they could do it just once. But I guarantee you, they're going to cut to commercial again in a few minutes. Steeplechase, I don't feel like you should be cutting to commercial. It's like an 8-minute race. So Habtom Samuel rocking the backwards white cap and the shades on the eyes. He's looking good, looking smooth. And he's stepping outside again, hoping somebody will pass him. Actually, you know what? I didn't even see that. He's stepping outside because there's a water stop coming up. And he's going to grab water. 2 athletes behind him follow along with that lead. So, you know what? It must be hot there. Let's check the temperature in Eugene, Oregon right now. Like I said, the sun is setting there, but it still might be quite hot. So they set up water stops in this 10K. It's only 64 degrees in Eugene right now. So I think they're just doing the water stops as a service because it's a longer event. only 3 athletes took the water at that stop at that table. Basically, it's set up in like lane 3 or 4, and they just have to like step out wide, grab the water, and go, kind of like you see in road races and stuff. But from the looks of it, Hampton didn't really drink any of it. He kind of like put some in his mouth, spit it out, put some on his body. Maybe swallow a little bit of that water, but it didn't look like much. And then after his little pit stop for water, he ended up dropping back to 5th place. So we'll see how that pans out. And they're rounding the turn again and approaching the water stop. And this time 2 athletes take it. Helsinki Kipruto takes the water again. He did that on the first lap, so he is liking that water. 2 laps in a row. I feel like that can't be the best pacing and spacing for your water stops, but maybe he didn't get what he wanted on that first lap around and is doing it now. And they go to commercial again, guys. So about, I think we were like 12 minutes into the 10K. They go to commercial again. So we'll see. Let's see what you guys think in the live chat. Do you think Hampton will execute on his expected win and make this thing happen? What events are you looking forward to in the rest of the meet? Let me know. And let's go. We just hit 250 subscribers, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We did it. We set the goal this morning. We did the Oslo Diamond League live stream, and we made good progress. And then you guys here in the live stream for this NCAA day 1 made it happen, and we hit 250 subscribers. So thank you for that. Oh my gosh. And I just got the news that the New York Knicks have made an incredible comeback against the San Antonio Spurs in the NBA Finals. They have taken the lead, 104 for the Spurs, 105 for the Knicks. 30 seconds to play. Guys, that is crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, rather. Sorry. It's been a long day. That is crazy, guys. The Knicks were down like 25 points. How crazy is that, guys? The New York Knicks pulled off the comeback. We'll see if it lasts. They have a 1-point lead with 30 seconds to go. That's crazy. I'm definitely going to be checking this score simultaneously with the races we have going on. Oh, and the Spurs took the lead back, 106-105. My goodness. What a game. Oh, yeah, all in the game says 30 seconds to go. Spurs have a 3 throw, so I guess they just made their free throws because they are up now 106-105. What a crazy game. I was literally saying it'll be a classic if the Knicks pull off the comeback down 25 or whatever it was. What a game. If they do pull off the comeback, that will be incredible and very devastating for the Spurs. But if they fall just a little short, they're going to be so frustrated that they let that big gap open up. All right, guys, we are back to the action on the track here. So seeing this 10K develop. Again, luckily during the commercial break, nothing really changed. We are, still in the early stages of the 10K. Now they're showing some shot put. Ben Smith of Oregon is either in the lead right now or officially won. I don't know if it's like ongoing still, but they're listing him as the #1 shot putter right now, Ben Smith. Back to the 10K. We're 15 minutes in, and Hampton Samuel has taken the lead back. Singi Kipruto, the Louisville freshman, is in second, and Evans Karui is in third. So your top 3 has remained pretty much the same, and I think these guys are all pretty likely to All-American. So could also be your top 3. All in the games is more interesting if it goes 2-2. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Because I'm not a fan of the Spurs or Knicks, but I would like to see a 2-2 series going into San Antonio. That would be crazy, especially since nobody expected that after the Knicks went up 2-0 in San Antonio. But back at Hayward Field now, we are getting into the exciting stages of the men's 10K as they start to pick it up. We are 16 minutes into the men's 10K, and you can just see them starting to wind it up, unlock another gear. Here we go. Little by little, Hampton Samuel turning his 10K into a progressive 10K. So no real gaps have formed, but you can see the pain on the faces of a lot of these athletes in this pack. So we'll see some people start to slowly drop off. It's going to be a matter of who can hang with this pace and how fast will Hampton Samuel make it for this group. Hampton Samuel continuing to just turn the dial more and more. So we are keeping an eye on the Knicks game as well as this 10K develops. The Spurs-Knicks game will end before the 10K does, unless there's overtime. So Hampton Samuel leading this thing 17 minutes in. About 10-ish minutes to go in this men's 10K final. An NCAA champion will be crowned. Will it be repeat champion Hampton Samuel? Will somebody shock the world here and take him down? All right, we've got... I'm watching the race in the reflection of your eyes. Bailey, if that's possible, more power to you. That'd be sweet. The next comment says, can you show us, bro? No, I can't. As it says right down below here, race footage cannot be shown due to copyright restrictions. I wish I could. Believe me, this stream would get so many more views if I was allowed to do that, but it would get taken down for copyright. If you're new here, we just do live commentary and reactions to all the action, and we have the best live chat in the business, the track community, track fans here on the Kick. But yeah, I do my best to bring high energy reactions and commentary. There's not a ton going on in the 10K at this stage, so we're kind of just waiting for it to develop. Hampton is consistently making it faster, and he has now separated a group of about 10 athletes from the rest of the pack. So there are about 10 runners who are now in the running for these All-American spots. There are 8 of those spots. And now I just get an update that the Knicks just took a 1-point lead over the Spurs. So it's 107 to 106. Knicks lead the Spurs with just 1 second to go. Spurs fans must just be devastated by this. Knicks fans probably can't believe that their team made this comeback. Periguni Tony says, how is Caputo doing from Louisville? He's doing great. Elsingi Caputo has basically been in second place behind Hampton Samuel the entire race. He looks good. He looks smooth. He's taken the water from the table that they have set up on a couple of laps. But he looks good. Yeah, he looks really good. So Louisville's freshman is having a good race there. We'll see how it all ends up. But he's definitely in contention for a top 3 finish. If not that, certainly an All-American top 8. What's their pace looking like? You know, because of all the commercial breaks and the cuts to the field events, I have no idea what lap they're on, but they are 20 minutes in. And they look, from the eye test, they look like they're really starting to move now. But I don't know, you know, what pace they're really on. They'll show a little update when they hit like a lap like a mile ago or something, so I'll let you know when I see that. But right now, It's hard to tell. I think they're moving though, because like I said, about 10 athletes have separated, and now that is whittling down. It looks like we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 athletes have separated, and one athlete is hanging on for dear life. But that looks like it is going to be your top 8, your All-Americans. Hampton Samuel just chipping away at this pace. Just a textbook cut down for Hampton Samuel. Brant says, how are the Iowa State guys doing? None of the Iowa State guys are in the money right now for All-American. I see one Iowa State yellow singlet in view of this camera here, but he is pretty far back. So it doesn't look like any of the Iowa State guys are going to find themselves an All-American spot unless some big major move is made in these last few laps. I'm guessing they have, 5 or 6 laps to go here. Yep, 6 laps to go. Okay, now I've got it. There's 6 laps to go as they come through the 400 meters there. So 6 laps to go. 2,400 meters remain. And guys, how did the Spurs just blow that 25-point lead, whatever they had? The Knicks won that game. That's insane. That's crazy. I mean, somebody said in our chat that that was the largest lead in NBA Finals history at halftime, and the Spurs blew it. That's crazy. I don't know now. Knicks are up 3-1 against the Spurs. I don't know if the Spurs will have any chance of coming back now. I think they could win the next game when they go back to San Antonio, get one win in San Antonio. They owe their fans that. Then beyond that, it might be Knicks in 6. It might be. I'm going to have to watch the highlights of that NBA Finals Game 4 to see how that played out, because MSG must have been going crazy when the Knicks pulled off that comeback. All right, guys. We're approaching a mile to go here in the men's 10K. Hampton Samuel has just run such a textbook cut down style in this race. And guys like Helsinki, Kipruto, and Evans, Grui are right there on him. That top 3 is really solid, but you feel like Hampton will be able to beat them when it comes down to it. He's just continuing to speed up, and really, it's a 3-man race at this point. Everybody else has fallen off of Hampton and these other 2 men. Hampton Samuel, approaching a mile to go, steps out into lane 2 and slows down significantly, making these guys pass him. I don't know why you're doing this after you opened up such a big gap on the field. Everybody's going to be able to get back in the race here. They are basically walking on the track. Nobody wants to lead. The freshman, Helsinki, Kipruto, does not want to lead. Hampton Samuel is just like, you know what? Mile to go. We're going to go really slow. This is crazy. What is he doing? Usually mile to go is when you're like, all right, I'm going to pick it up now. But right now, Hampton Samuel just let so many people back into this race. They essentially started to walk for about 100 meters and just were not, nobody could make up their mind that they would lead. All right, so now I'd say, for a lead pack of 3 men that had really separated themselves, now you have like 10 people back in the race because nobody wants to lead and they're all slowing down significantly. So, I mean, these guys who are getting back in the race are like looking their lips like, I thought I had dropped. I thought I was out of it. And now you guys at the front, after working so hard to build this lead, are giving it up. After just such a consistent cut down from Hampton Samuel, where he was just little by little taking people out of the race, dropping people. He just made the decision at 4 laps to go, a mile to go. He's just like, you know what? I'm just going to slow down. I don't want to lead anymore. which is interesting because obviously he's conserving energy. He's got the 5K, but like, why suddenly do that with a mile to go after working so hard to cut down the whole first 5 miles? So it is a jog fest now. And after 5 miles of hard work from these leaders, they have let everybody back into the race. Looks like they're starting to pick it up a little bit more here as this top 5 wants to keep the entire field from getting back into it. They notice, hey, we don't want to make this too easy for everybody to, be in this race for a kick. So 800 meters to go. Hampton takes the lead back, and he is cranking it back to a fast pace. I mean, just suddenly. So he basically took 2 laps easy, and now he's going hard again. I mean, it's so weird. Like, what would 2 laps of energy conservation do for you, Hampton? I don't know. But you know what? He knows what he's doing. He's won these many times, and I think he's going to win again today. So can't argue with a winner. Yeah, so Bailey says they were on pace for low 28 through 8,400 meters. Yeah, but that's probably not going to happen now, even though they are really kicking hard. We'll see. We'll see. Their last 400 could be really fast. Is the 4x4? Yes. Next, yes, it is. How is Kipruto doing? He's doing great. He's still in second. So it is going to be Hampton Samuel in the lead going into the bell lap. The freshman from Louisville, Kipruto, Helsinki Kipruto, is in second. Will he be able to hold off the third place Evans Karui? I think he definitely will. The real question might be, will he take a shot at Hampton Samuel? And he does. The freshman from Louisville, Helsinki Kipruto, is taking his shot at the 10K title, passing Hampton Samuel with authority. Hampton led this whole thing and then decided to make it a little tactical in the last mile. Kipruto has the lead going into the home stretch, but Hampton Samuel knows that he has enough left as he casually, confidently passes him back. And it is all Hampton Samuel in the home stretch. Valiant effort from the freshman from Louisville, Kipruto, but it's not enough to beat Hampton Samuel. Evans Karui takes third, but it was a ridiculously fast last 800 meters. They are going to break 28 minutes. Even after a super, super slow couple of laps, they bring it back home in the last 800, and he runs 27:51 to win. Hampton Samuel wins yet again. He is the quintessential NCAA distance runner. Hampton Samuel, 27:51 for the win. Guys, that could have been a 27:30. That could have been a 27:30 if he had worked at the mile instead of slowing down to such a pedestrian pace. This easily would have been the NCAA record. I mean, not the NCAA record, the meet record. Sorry, the NCAA championship record. The meet record was 27:41 before. Yeah, he would have set the record. He was just 10 seconds off that, and between 1,600 to go and 800 to go, it was. I'm looking forward to seeing that split because it was slow. And then that last 800, they just cooked. Credit to Helsinki Kipruto, the Louisville freshman who took the lead with 300 to go and just tried to hold off Hampton, but Hampton knew he had enough in that home stretch, and he was able to take the win. Yeah. Wow. So, first NCAA individual track champion has been crowned. I think some of the field events have been crowned as well. But Hampton Samuel is your 10K champ. Helsinki Kipruto in second. Evans Kiplagat. Whoa. Evans Karui must have totally faded at the end. It wasn't Evans Karui in third. It was Evans Kiplagat. Evans Karui back in sixth. So Dennis Kipnagenich gets fourth. Dismas Lakira gets fifth. Evans Karui gets sixth. Kelvin Chariot gets 7th, and they cut away before I can read the final All-American. But that's crazy, guys. Evans Carew is in 3rd nearly the whole time. But Evans Kiplagat ends up taking 3rd place, and Carew falls to 6th. So Hapham Samuel, guys, all he does is win NCAA titles. 27-51. And the final All-American was Dennis Kipruto of Alabama. So that's her top 8. I think they had a typo on there because they said, all right, I'm going to confirm the top 8 here was Hapham Samuel, Elsingi Kipruto, Ernest Chariot, Dennis Kipnaganich, Dismas Lokira, Evans Karui, Kelvin Chariot, and Dennis Kipruto. Apologies if I got that wrong. Either they had some typos or I'm just tired. But either way, I have confirmed the results for the men's 10K. Hapham Samuel is your champion. An interesting tactic to slow down so much with 1,600 to go. He could have had the meet record. I don't think he really cares too much about that. He wants to win, and he wants to win again on Friday in the 5K. So it's the men's 4x400 meters coming up now. That will be the final event of day 1 here. Thank you, Bailey, for giving us those splits. It's funny. So he ran 71 through those laps. It looked slower. But, you know, for these guys, that is pretty slow. It looked a lot slower, though, I got to be honest. They were walking for a good 100 meters. They were basically not moving because they were trying to decide who would take the lead. All in the game says, does he complete the 5K, 10K double? I don't know. I think he's the favorite, but I got to root for my guy, Marco Langen. Love him or hate him, I do think he deserves an NCAA title. And I know he wants it so bad. Hapham has gotten so many NCAA titles at this point. Marco Langen wants one so bad, and he's right on the cusp. He's right there. If Hapham were to hold him off yet again from an NCAA title, that would just be very, very frustrating for Marco. And I think he deserves it. I think he deserves it. If Hapham had never won before and Marco had never won before, I wouldn't care who wins. But Hapham's won so many. And I just think Marco deserves an NCAA title to his name. And nobody would care about it more than he would. All right, guys, 4x4 is the final event of the night here. It's almost midnight here on the East Coast. Let me know where you're tuning in from, where in the world. My goodness, we had so many global listeners on the Diamond League live stream earlier today. We had people from St. Lucia. They were all obviously supporting Julian Alfred, their hero. It was her birthday today, so that was awesome for the outpouring of love and support from St. Lucia. We also had people from Jamaica and all around the world, so that was really cool. The Diamond League meets those live streams tend to bring a global audience. No surprise there. Our NCAA streams are generally more Americans, but would love to hear where you're tuning in from. Obviously, only if you're willing to share that. But right here, I'm on the East Coast, and it is getting late. It is nearly midnight. So after these 4x4s, I'm probably going to watch the NBA Finals Game 4 highlights because I have to see that crazy comeback from the Knicks. And then it's going to be bedtime. That's crazy. Yeah, Hapham closed. Thank you for sharing splits, Bailey. Hapham closed the last 800 in 155. It's insane. After such a slow 800 before that, he runs 155 to close at 10K. That's insane. And a lot of that credit to Elsingi Kipruto of Louisville. He really pushed that pace and pushed Hapham to run a lot faster at the end there. So pretty cool that he was able to hang with Hadfim Samuel until the very end of that 10K. All right, guys, 4x400. Heat 1, lane assignments. In lane 2, it's Northwestern State. In lane 3, it's Oklahoma State. In lane 4, it's Florida. In lane 5, it's USC. In lane 6, it's LSU. Lane 7, Arkansas. Lane 8, Tennessee. And lane 9, Houston. This is a good heat of the men's 4x4. This has to be the stronger heat, right? Very competitive heat here with some of the big name teams. And they're on the track. They're on their marks. They're set. And they're off. Men's 4x4. Last event of day 1 here. Underway. This isn't a final. It is a semifinal. We will see who advances for Friday's final competition. All right, guys. 4x4 is underway. First legs are rounding the final turn. And it is going to be the Tennessee Volunteers getting the stick to the second leg in first. Again, they are still in the lanes. So 3-turn stagger, I guess. So it's hard to really tell who's in the lead, but Tennessee does technically have the lead here before cutting in. LSU is in second behind Tennessee, and LSU makes the pass. So now it's LSU in the lead here on this second leg as they approach the home stretch. Getting ready to hand the baton to the third leg. LSU getting the stick in the lead, heading into the third leg. Tennessee in second, but gets passed by Arkansas after the Razorbacks have a textbook exchange there. Just a beautifully placed handoff that gives them the angle and position they need to take second. LSU leads. Arkansas in second. Tennessee in third, and Florida in fourth. So these anchors, LSU has the advantage. We'll see how it plays out. LSU opening up a pretty big lead in the home stretch here. They will have a very clear path to victory. So it's LSU out and away in the front as their anchor leg has a 15-meter lead on the field. Behind them, it is a battle for second between Arkansas, Florida, and Tennessee. So remember, there are 3 heats. The top 2 automatically qualify for the final, and then the next 3 advance. This is probably the most stacked heat of the 3, if I had to guess. So we might see some qualifications beyond the auto queues here. So LSU going to hold on to the win. Florida, I believe that's Braun on the anchor, trying to make it to second, but doesn't do it. It's going to be LSU with the win, and Arkansas in second, Florida in third, Tennessee in fourth. So LSU with a dominant performance, and then the battle for second ends up favoring Arkansas. All right, so heat 1 of the men's 400 in the books. We'll have to see how those times hold up and if there are any qualifiers beyond the top 2 in heat 1. All in the game says LSU had the fastest time coming in. Not surprising because LSU had 3 guys in the 400-meter semis. Yeah, they were pretty dominant in that 4x4. They'll definitely be competing for a win in the finals on Friday. All right, so they're showing some javelin throwers right now before heat 2 of men's 4x4. All right, guys, so heat 2 of the men's 4x4 about to get underway here as the sun sets over Hayward Field. Beautiful sunset in Eugene, Oregon tonight. I feel like it's got to be considered perfect conditions. 64 degrees. Beautiful sunny day. Not too hot though. Can't ask for much better than that. All right. Let's get this party started with heat 2 of the men's 4x4. Come on. Heat 1 was great. It would be a shame if Florida doesn't end up qualifying for the final after Braun ran pretty hard to try to get them to second, but fell just short in third. I think there's a chance the time holds up. So to recap the times, LSU ran 3 flat 0.5. Arkansas was 3 flat 0.8. Those were the two auto qualifiers. Then it was Florida with a 301.25 and Tennessee with a 301.73. I think both Florida and Tennessee have a reasonable shot of qualifying on time, but we'll have to see how heats 2 and 3 are run. If they run under 301, can make it tough. So we'll see. I think that first heat was stacked, though. I think there's a chance we see 2 little Qs from heat 1 with Florida and Tennessee snagging a qualifier to the final based on time. But in this second heat, we have the Purdue Boilermakers going to be mixing it up. We've also got Kansas State, South Florida, Baylor, Ohio State, Texas A&M, Purdue, Iowa, and Princeton. I think I'll pick my 2 favorites for this second heat of the men's 4x4 to get those auto cues. I'm going to go with the Ohio State University and Texas A&M as the 2 favorites here, but don't count out the Purdue Boilermakers. They've had a good season, I know, in the sprint areas, so see. But yeah, Ohio State and Texas A&M, I think, are the favorites to qualify out of this heat. We will see. Again, thank you guys. If this is your first time joining, I'm Will Loggia. I'm the host of the Kick a Runners podcast. We have had 20 phenomenal episodes with phenomenal guests on the show, so check those out if you haven't. And we will also be doing these live streams for the NCAA Championships for the next few days. So be sure to tune in whenever you get the chance. Subscribe if it's your vibe. And we are underway here in Heat 2, the men's 4x4, the NCAA Outdoor Championships. The Ohio State University Buckeyes mixing it up. Texas A&M, Purdue Boilermakers. Let's see how it all plays out. Hard to tell right now as everybody's still in their lanes and the staggers are still making things a little unclear. But we'll start to get a good idea of how this race is going to unfold in just a few minutes. All right, so first legs have handed the baton off, and it is starting to look like, yeah, Texas A&M and Ohio State both in a good spot. But who is this? I'm gonna need my glasses. Yep, it's Texas A&M and Purdue, Ohio State in third. So I believe it's Purdue in the lead. Yes, Purdue in the lead. Texas A&M right behind them. Ohio State right behind them. But honestly, all these teams are still in it. South Florida with a strong second leg. And everybody's going to pass these batons to their third legs, bunched up together. Purdue emerges the best out of that exchange. Ohio State looks quite good as well as they move up into second. So it's the Purdue Boilermakers in the lead. Ohio State in second. South Florida and Texas A&M about even for third. The Ohio State University Buckeyes looking to make a pass here for the lead going into the anchor leg, and they do. So the Buckeyes will lead going into the anchor leg with Purdue in second. Texas A&M did not have the best exchange there as they fall back to fourth or fifth. University of South Florida is able to pass them. Really bad exchange for the Ohio State Buckeyes. They might not. For the Texas A&M Aggies, but rather they're in trouble here. So Ohio State looks great. They're in the lead. Ohio State Buckeyes are going to win this. Purdue looks like they'll get second. Texas A&M trying to come on strong to pass South Florida, and they do. So a great anchor leg to recover from a bad exchange for the Texas A&M Aggies. And my goodness, Texas A&M is actually going to pass everybody and get the win. Phenomenal anchor leg from Kamar Farm. I can't get the name. I should know. Texas A&M had a horrible exchange going into the anchor leg, fell back into fifth, and then they take the win. So top two teams in that heat are actually going to be Texas A&M and Purdue. Ohio State somehow gets outleaned at the line and they end up in third. So Texas A&M runs 301 for the win, 301.6. Purdue 301.7. Ohio State 301.8. That's awfully close to Heat 1. How will that play out? So Florida and Tennessee do get the edge on those times out of Heat 1. As it stands now, Ohio State gets the last little cue, but we still have one heat remaining. So right now, the automatic qualifiers are LSU, Arkansas, Texas A&M, and Purdue. Florida, Tennessee, and Ohio State are all in at the moment, but we'll see if their times hold up going into this last heat of the men's 4x4 and the last race of the day here. It is past midnight here on the East Coast. I'm fading a bit, but I'm going to give it all I have for one final race. It's so late here on the East Coast that the sun is setting on the West Coast where this meet is happening. They're showing the sunset as it starts to get dark in Eugene, Oregon. A great place. Love Eugene. Love Hayward Field. Okay, thank you all in the game. Yes, that was Kamar Farquharson. He's a fantastic relay guy. Well, he definitely was there. That was quite the spectacle he put on that anchor leg. I mean, Texas A&M was totally out of the money with that exchange going into the anchor leg, and he somehow pulled it off. Not just getting them into qualifying position, but winning the heat. My goodness. And I got to find a way to solve these hiccups. Can't be having this happen on the live streams. All right, guys. One more race today as the final heat of the men's 4x4 takes the track. All in the game says, did you do the entire meet without coffee? Yes, I did. I mean, the thing is, I'm not really a coffee guy, but also I don't want to drink coffee at 9 p.m. I mean, it's after midnight now, so I am going to go to bed soon after ending this stream. But yeah, it's tough to stay alert and awake. I think if you tuned in at the start of this stream, I was like so high energy at first, and I've tried to maintain it, but it's definitely hard, especially since this is the second stream of the day. Having done the Diamond League Oslo meet today, that already tired me out a bit, but gotta conserve my voice, and I can't be screaming and yelling. Got 3 days after this of NCAA championships. All right, the runners are on their marks for this final 4x4 heat. Let's do another final shout out of our top contributors to the live chat. All in the Game has dominated the live chat, so thank you to All in the Game 01, our top chatter today. I don't think that will change unless somebody really pops off with comments in the final few minutes of this stream. Mr. Beast 1, he was big time commenter as well for second, and Harizal Halim was third. Thank you to all of our live chat commenters who have chimed in today. You guys make the live stream so much better. Otherwise, I have nobody to engage with, no questions to answer, no, back and forth to have. We also achieved our goal of 250 subscribers today, which was huge. Maybe we set a goal for 300 subscribers by the end of the NCAA championships. That would be cool. We'll have to relook at the analytics going into tomorrow's live stream to make a realistic, good goal. All right, they're taking forever to start this last 4x4 heat. The runners have been on their marks for like 2 minutes straight. I know they just want to get started. Come on, guys. Come on, officials. All right, and they're off. I think they were checking like the positioning of all the other legs. They were like rearranging them. All right. So we've got Alabama in this, Minnesota, Georgia. And again, very hard to read from the first leg in their stagger exactly how it's playing out. We'll get a good idea soon. Alabama and Minnesota right now in the lead, but they are the outside lanes, so it is hard to tell if that is a legitimate lead. Georgia looks really good in lane 6 right now as they close in. And it looks like Georgia will have the lead as they come out of their lanes. Oh. No, it is a strong surge from... Who is that? Mississippi State actually has the lead. Georgia fighting to get positioning. And Georgia will take the lead back. Mississippi State almost trips and falls on the rail. Glad that he stayed on his feet, but he will lose significant time there. Georgia going to get the stick to their third leg first. So now it is Georgia. It is Texas. And now Texas takes the lead. Texas with a commanding third leg here. Running a really strong leg for Texas here. Georgia in second, but Texas has opened up a good lead going into the final leg. Anchor leg for Texas gets the stick with about a half a second lead here over Georgia. About 3 strides lengths. So Texas has the lead. I mean, I guess they don't really care who wins. They just both want to qualify for the finals. So that's their top two right now. It's Texas and Georgia. I guess Georgia does care a little bit about getting this win as they make a pass, takes the lead, and is Georgia back in the lead? Texas behind. Will anybody catch these two teams? It certainly does not look like it. It looks like it will be Georgia and Texas, but how fast will these times be for the rest of the field to try to get themselves a spot in the final based on time? Actually, Texas starting to fade now as we go into the home stretch. And who is this moving into second? I think that's North Carolina A&T. Wow, what an anchor leg for North Carolina A&T. They take second. We were talking about the Taylor twins earlier and the talent there. Well, would you look at their 4x4 here coming through? North Carolina A&T with a really strong anchor leg to move into the auto queue position. Wow. Okay, so your qualifiers advancing to the final. It's LSU, Arkansas, Georgia, Texas A&M, Purdue, North Carolina A&T, Florida, Tennessee, and Ohio State. So Florida and Tennessee hold on from that first heat. They are probably letting out a gasp of relief here because it was uncertain, but I did think that first heat was the most stacked, and they do find their way into the finals. So after 6 events scored today, mostly field ones, only one on the track being the 10K, Nebraska leads with 28 points. Oregon is second in 18, and Kansas State is third with 16. Those are your top 3 teams through day 1 on the men's side. But as we know, the lion's share of points are awarded on Friday. So I hope you're back for that. But before then, I hope you are back for tomorrow, Thursday, June 11th. It's actually today where I am. Already on the East Coast, we've passed midnight. But we have the Women's Day 1 of the NCAA Championships. We've got a lot of exciting races lined up, including 3 guests from the Kick who will be competing for NCAA titles in this meet, and they're all taking the track tomorrow. Sophie Novak will be taking on the 3K steeplechase. Listen to her episode on the podcast. Jaden Keeler will be taking on the 10K. Listen to her episode on the podcast. And Elizabeth Whaley will be in the 1500 meters. She is also on the podcast. So check out those 3 episodes. Great guests we've had, and definitely rooting for them in the NCAA championships going forward. But thank you all for tuning in for this first day of the NCAA championships. All in the Game says their dad, Angelo Taylor, will be proud of their day's work. Absolutely. Yeah, the Taylors absolutely crushed it today in the sprints for their team. What a great meet. All in the Game says, well done for the stream. Thank you for joining, and I appreciate your kind words and being our top commenter here today, All in the Game. Hope to see a lot of you again tomorrow, the next day, and the next day, and many more as we start to gain momentum here with these live streams. Thanks again for tuning in. I'm Will Loggia, host of the Kick, a runner's podcast. I love running, and I love good kick, and I appreciate you all for joining. That's going to be it for today. As much as I always hate ending these live streams, it's a little easier when you're as tired as I am right now. So once again, thank you. Feel free to subscribe if it's your vibe. Hit that thumbs up button on the way out if you haven't already. Give us a like. And check out our podcast episodes on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or right here on YouTube. There's some great stuff. You won't regret it. Thank you again. And good night.